Prayers.
Almighty God, who in thy wisdom and goodness has appointed the offices of rulers and parliament for the welfare of society and just government of men, we beseech thee to behold with thy abundant favor us thy servants, whom thou hast been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this land. Let thy blessing descend upon us here in this house assembled. Grant us that we may treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner, to promote thy honor and glory, to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of this country, and of those whose interests thou hast committed to our church. Amen.
Communication from the chair.
Good morning, honorable members. Today we are to commence and finish the debate on the 2023 estimates of revenue and expenditure of the Republic of the Gambia for period 1st January to 31st December 2023, both dates inclusive. Honorable members, it could be recalled that the 2023 estimates of revenue and expenditure was tabled by the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs on Monday, 14th November 2022, and seconded by the Majority Leader and Member for Kantora. Thereafter, pursuant to Order 86-6 of the Standing Orders, the sitting was adjourned to give honorable members adequate time to review the document. Accordingly, the Office of the Clerk, with support from partners, engaged members on a retreat for an expert and technical scrutiny of the important document. In addition, honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 84, various committees of this Assembly considered budgets of sector ministries and other institutions to determine and make recommendations regarding their budget allocations to FPAC. Accordingly, FPAC is scheduled today to table its consolidated report ahead of the debate. Honorable members, I believe you all had a copy of the report and its attachments, as the report would guide the debate as well as the Committee of Supply in the coming days. On that note, honorable members, I wish to thank you all for your dedication and commitment to duty in these marathon sessions since Monday, the 14th of November, 2022. Thank you all. Clerk, we can proceed.
Correction and approval of records of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Monday, 14th November 2022.
Honorable members, the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Monday, 14th November 2022 is before us for consideration and approval. I hope all of you have copies. Can any honorable member please move that the said record be considered and approved? Any honorable member? Member for Old Yundum.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to move that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Monday, 14th November 2022 be considered and approved.
It has been moved, honorable members. Any seconder? Honorable member for Jokado.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion. Thank you.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Monday, 14th November 2022 be considered and approved. Any observations from honorable members? Will now begin. Honorable members, I think we all have copies of the record of votes and proceedings. As usual, we will take it up page by page, beginning with page 1. Any honorable member who has any comments or observations may do so by raising your constituency tab. Honorable member for Upper Nyomi.
Honorable Speaker, thank you so much for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, on the 14th of November, we were not around. Honorable Omar Dabo, member for Upper Nyomi, number 21. Page 2. Yes, and Honorable Yaya Gassama.
Members, can we look at page 1 and 2 together because it's a list? Can we look at both page 1 and page 2 together? You said number?
Number 21, Honorable Omar Dabo. 21, yes. Page 2. Yes. 21.
Yeah, it's 15.
One of page on page 2.
Yes, Honorable Yaya Gassama, number 15, yeah.
Pardon?
Page 1, Honorable Yaya Gassama.
No, it's 15.
Yeah, honorable member said let's look at pages 1 and 2 together.
Yes, so let's start.
No, you can look at any of them, and then we will go back and forth.
Okay.
Huh?
Thank
So
you.
when he's ready with his comments on page 1 and 2, other members can come up.
Yes.
Honorable member for Upper Nyomi, can you continue?
Yes. Honorable Suleiman Jammeh, number 12, page 1. Yes. And Honorable Yaya Gassama, page 1, number 15 on my list. Honorable Omar Dabo, number 21, page 2, number 21, yeah. Honorable Alfred Sise also was absent. Alfred Sise.
Number?
Member for Same. Page number 32, huh?
Number 30.
Yes. Honorable Keba Tuman Sane. 13. Huh? 13, yeah. Yes. Yes, number 13, Honorable Keba Tuman Sane. Number 13,
Number
page
13.
1. Page 1, yes.
Number 13. Okay. Fonyi Jarol.
Yes. I think I'm set. Thank you.
Yeah, any other on the pages 1 and 2, honorable members?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On this particular day, I was also absent. Honorable Fali Kora, number 33.
Number 33.
Yes.
30?
Number 30. Honorable Fali M. Kora, 33.
36. Mfali M. Kora, 36 for Tumana.
Then I'm having different record. I'm having different records. I'm having different record, Honorable Speaker.
Tumanna,
Yes.
you said you are not present.
I was not present, yes.
Okay.
But I'm having different record anyway. It's two, good. Okay, I've seen it, thank you.
Have you seen it? Okay, any other honorable members? Honorable member for Nyani.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Number 31, Honorable Omar Job. I was not on the ground, and my name is captured among those who were present.
Number 31, Honorable Omar Job. Nyani, you were not around. Honorable members. Honorable member for Sani Mentoring.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on page 1, number 13, Honorable Keba Tumandin Sane. Sometimes it is written as Tumani Sane, and this time it is Tumandin Sane. Can the Honorable Member for Jarol clarify or tell us exactly what is his name? Is it Tumanding or Tumani? So that we can have the fixed name. Thank you.
Yeah, honorable members, it's sometimes Keba Tumandin Sane, sometimes Keba Tumani Sane. She wants it very
Yes,
right.
I answer both, but the name written there is my official written name. Keba Tumandin Sane, Toumanding. So some they make it short by calling me Tumani. But
So, member, your official name is Tumanding.
Keba Tumandi, yes.
Yeah.
On all my certificates and whatever correspondence, I
okay.
use Tumandi.
So, table office, honorable members, the official name is Keba Tumanding
So
Sane.
it's correct what is written there.
Yes.
If you call me Tumani, I'm going to answer, but that's the official
All, no, we are asking for your official name.
Okay.
Yes. Honorable member for Sandu.
Yeah, number 43, Ibrahim Ajayete. I was not in on the 14th. Yeah.
Honorable Ibrahim Jaite of Sandu was also not present on that day. Any other? Yes. Honorable member for Lower Salum.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. My list is still adding, but how are you going to capture them? Whether it's with permission or without permission?
He said what?
I said, my list is adding. No. But they should permit the table office.
Honorable member, we are now dealing with pages 1 and 2. When we reach the page 2, when we go to page 3, you can raise your query or comment. On pages 1 and 2, any order? Okay, honorable members, let's note it down that the Honorable Suleiman Game, number 12, Honorable Keba Tumandin Sane, number 13 of Fonyi Jarol, Honorable Yaya Gassama, Kiang East, number 15, Honorable Omar Dabo, Opanyomi, number 21, Honorable Omar Job of Nyani, number 31, Honorable Alfusenu Sise of Same, number 32, Honorable Mfali Kora of Tumanna, number 36, Honorable Ibrahim Ajete of Sandu, number 43. Their names should be deleted from the attendees. Honorable members, we now move to page 3. Member for Woolly East.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you look at page 3, paragraph 3, on the correction, Honorable Ali Ubalde, member for Jara West, moved the motion for the correction and approval of the record of votes. So it should be the record of votes and proceedings, and then it continues, of the National Assembly sitting, and then completing. You've seen it?
Seen it.
And
record
then,
of votes and proceedings.
yes.
It's not only record of votes and the proceedings. Honorable members, note it down.
Also, what my honorable member from Salung, Lower Salung is saying is that all those who are absent should either be captured on the permission list or without permission list. So we should categorize them there. Thank you.
Yeah. I think I remember we tried to make corrections on those ones because you, with permission means the office of the speaker through the table office is notified that you will not be attending, and then it means you have not attended, but with permission. Those things should be categorized. But on the list here, we have only 2, Honorable Seni Jawara and Honorable Abulai Njai of Banjul. Now, those who were absent, those whose names we have deleted from the attendees, should now reflect on those absent with permission. That should be corrected. Most of them, I think they were a committee or they were on official assignments. That should be corrected by the table office. Can we, Sani Mentoring, Honorable Member for Sani Mentoring.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On page 3, on the 3rd paragraph, it has been highlighted already that the correction and approval of record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sittings of Wednesday, 26 October 2022, which is already highlighted. And I think it will be proper for Ross to put it in this way, like Honorable Alu Balde, member of Jara West, moved the motion and then proceed on, and it was seconded by Honorable Yunus Enemba, member of Kian West. Instead of adding, move the motion, instead of adding for the correction and approval of this, which has already been highlighted as the headline. Thank you.
Comments on what she said? If I understand her, number 3 is correction and approval of record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Wednesday, 26 October 2022, meaning record of votes and proceedings is already highlighted. In the subsequent paragraph, there is no need for repetition. I think that's what you were saying. That's why I said to the floor now.
No, they move for the motion.
Huh? Pardon?
It's fine.
Yeah, honorable members, I open the floor for Nyanija.
Yes, I think it is fine as it is captured. Yes.
It is fine as it is.
Nothing, I mean so, it is fine, I'm so.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking honorable members to comment, because if you keep quiet, it means her suggestion holds water. Yeah, honorable member for Opanyumi, is your hand up? Okay. Honorable members, let's decide on this. Yes, honorable member for Jara Central.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. It is fine as it is now, because just like what Member for Nyanija have mentioned. So if you look at the first one, where she mentioned that the correction approval of the record of votes, that sentence is just like a subheading of what was coming to take place, which was moving a motion. So Honorable Ali Balde did that. So it is okay for as it is. Thank you.
Sorry, we leave it as it is. You are satisfied with it? Okay, we proceed. That's the last page. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Monday, 14th November 2022 be approved with amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Clerk, can we proceed?
Correction and approval of records of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Wednesday, 23rd November 2022.
Honorable members, the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Wednesday, 23rd November 2022 is before us for consideration and approval. Can any honorable member please move that the record of votes and proceedings be considered and approved? Any nominated member? Any? Any member who may want to contribute? Member for...
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to move that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sittings of Wednesday, 23rd November 2022 be considered and approved.
Honorable members, it has been moved. Any seconder? Yeah, a member for Upper Nyomi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Wednesday, 23rd November 2022 be approved. Any issues, observations, and comments? We will begin to listen to your comments. You all have the record of votes and proceedings of the 23rd. As usual, we go page by page. Page 1, let me see. I think we do as we did on the first one. We look at pages 1 and 2 together. Member for Sani Mentoring.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On page 1, it is a correction and approval of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Monday, 23rd November 2022 instead of the 14th November. Thank you.
Just completed the one for Monday, 14th November. We are now looking at the sitting of Wednesday, 23rd. That is yesterday.
Honorable Speaker, I withdraw. Thank you.
Honorable member, you've got it right now?
The one you said it.
Any comments on or observations on pages 1 and 2? Okay. Member for Opanyomi.
Mine is page 3. The comment I have is at page 3.
Pardon?
Page 3, not page 2, page 1 and 2.
Okay. No, we are now moving from pages 1 and 2 to page 3. Now, yes, on page 3, Honorable Member for Opanyomi.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Communication from the Chair. The Honorable Speaker informed that the Assembly that. So I think when that should go, something like that.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, let's get that corrected. Table office? Yes. Any order on page 3?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was not here yesterday, and then my name was captured. Page 3. Number 49.
49?
Yes.
And you were not in?
No, I was not here yesterday.
Honorable members, number 49 on page 3, Honorable Sankundamfa of Ilyasa, his name should be removed, and then be transferred to members who were not in attendance. Member for Banjul South.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, likewise, Honorable Samba Diallo was absent with permission as well. Honorable Samba Diallo, number 49.
No, I don't understand. Honorable Samba Diallo is there as absent.
He was absent but with permission.
Yeah, that's where he is. Honorable Samba Diallo, absent with permission. Or you have it repeated? Honorable member for Banjul South, are you fine? You have? Okay. Any other comments on page 3? Member for Fonyi Bondali.
Thank you. Honorable Bakari Kora was also absent. With permission.
Where you tell us the number?
Sorry, 28. 28.
Honorable Bakar Kora of Upper Pladu West, number 28, was absent. Is he around? He's not around.
Yes.
So he was absent.
Yes.
Bakar Kora. Now his name will be removed and moved to members absent with permission. Any other comments on page 3, honorable members? Okay. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Wednesday, 23rd November 2022 be approved with amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Clerk, can we proceed?
Laying of papers and reports. Consolidated report of the Finance and Public Accounts Committee on the committee's consideration of the 2023 estimates of revenue and expenditure of the Republic of the Gambia by the chairperson of the committee, Honorable Member for Bir Kamanot and Majority Leader. Minority Leader, sorry.
Thank you very much.
Honorable members, I will allow the clerk to announce the next item of the order paper so that we can consolidate the debate on the FPAC report and the motion tabled by the Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs on the 2023 estimates of revenue and expenditure, which was already seconded on Monday, 14th November 2022. Essentially, the subject is the same, and therefore, I rule that the debate be taken concurrently. Clerk, can you please read the next item on the order paper?
Motion. Standing Order 86-7. Debate on the 2023 estimates of revenue and expenditure of the Republic of the Gambia by the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs.
Honorable members, as stated earlier, the 2023 estimates of revenue and expenditure was tabled by the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs and seconded by the Honorable Majority Leader and Member for Kantora on the 14th of November 2022. Honorable members, we will commence and finish the debate today on the said estimates. However, before the debate resumes, FPAC is required to table its report for a combined debate. In view of that, may I now invite the Honorable Chairperson of FPAC to table the consolidated report in accordance with Order 84-2 for consideration and debate proper on the 2023 estimates of revenue and expenditure of the Republic of the Gambia. Honorable Chairperson and Minority Leader, you can now take the floor.
Thank you very much. The Speaker, the Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs tabled the estimate of revenue and expenditure for the 2023 fiscal year before the National Assembly on Monday, 14 November 2022, for its consideration and approval in accordance with Section 152 of the 1997 Constitution. Standing Orders 811 and 84, 1 and 2, mandate committees of the National Assembly to scrutinize and make recommendations on the draft estimate of revenue and expenditure. The findings of the various committees should be submitted to Finance and Public Accounts Committee, FPAC, to lay a consolidated report together with a motion for debate. It is against this background that the Finance and Public Accounts Committee, FPAC, engaged relevant institutions under its purview to scrutinize their respective draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year 2023. In the same vein, other standing and select committees also engage ministries, departments, and agencies within their remit and submitted findings and recommendations to FPAC, which form part of this consolidated report. The methodology. In scrutinizing the various budget agencies, FPAC considered reducing the budget deficit of $4 billion. The allocations for MDAs were either maintained as presented in the estimate or reduced or relocated as when necessary to the relevant sectors of the economy. The findings. The Finance and Public Accounts Committee met with officials from the following institutions: the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, Independent Electoral Commission, Ombudsman, National Assembly Service, Offices of the President and Vice President, National Audit Office, the Judiciary, Ministry of Public Policy and Civil Service Reforms. Considering the limited resource envelope coupled with the $4 billion budget deficit, the committee hereby resolves and recommends to the National Assembly for its consideration and approval the estimate of revenue and expenditure of the government for the fiscal year 2023 to amended and detailed below. 1.4 Finance and Public Accounts Committee, FPAC. 01 Office of the President. The committee recommends a total sum of $22,953,091 to be adjusted to the Office of the President to cater for satellite institutions and budget items that deem inadequate. Furthermore, the committee recommends the following for both Office of the President and Office of the Vice President, respectively. 1, vehicle policy be looked into to ensure financial prudence. 2, Ministry of Finance to create a budget line for scrutiny for security sector reform, and $5 million be allocated to it. 3, the Ministry of Finance to create a budget line for the VVIP loan at the airport, and $500,000 be allocated to it. 4, the Ministry of Finance to create a budget line for drug and dressing for the State Guards Battalion, and $1 million be allocated to it. 5, the Ministry of Finance to create a budget line for training and exercise for State Guards Battalion, and $500,000 be allocated to it, $500,000 rather. And 6, the Ministry of Finance to allocate $6 million to the purchase of 2 troop carriers for State Guard Battalion, and 7, Ministry of Finance to commit $20 million to the maintenance of the Vice President's residence as per the approved budget in 2022, and 7, Ministries of Regional Government and Lands and Justice to allocate land for Food Safety and Quality Authority for the construction of office and lab, and 9, the Office of the Vice President to consider moving Food Safety and Quality Authority to the Ministry of Health. To the National Assembly, the committee recommends a total reduction of $56,729,895 from the National Assembly's budget. 03 Judiciary, the committee recommends a total reduction of $37,500,000 on the construction budget line of the judiciary submission. 04 Independent Electoral Commission, the committee recommends a total reduction of $16,117,585 from the Independent Electoral Commission's budget. And 06 National Audit Office, the committee recommends a total reduction of $49,904,247 from the overall submission made by National Audit Office. The Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, the committee recommends a total reduction of $26,100,000 from the ministry's budget. Ombudsman, the committee recommends an additional allocation of $500,000 to the Ombudsman's budget. The Ministry of Public Policy and Civil Service Reform, the committee recommends for total reduction of $108,000 from the ministry budget. The Standing Committee on Defense and Security, the Ministry of Defense, there was no reduction in the budget. However, the committee recommends the following increments. 1, the overall budget of the ministry be increased to a tune of $59,229,741. That Ministry of Finance restore the budget line, support to veterans, and allocate $1 million. That the Ministry of Finance restore the operating cost budget line and allocate $150,000, and supervision budget line $700,000. That the Ministry of Finance create a new budget line for the purchase of patrol craft of Navy and allocate $100,025,000. 11,025,000. The Ministry of Interior. There was no reduction in the budget. However, the committee recommends the following increments. The overall budget of the ministry be increased to a tune of 123,200,000 for the ministry, that the Ministry of Finance allocate 20 million to buy fire tender for the fire service. Select Committee on Tourism, Arts, Culture, Youth and Sports. The Ministry of Tourism and Culture, after consultation with the ministry and satellite institutions, the necessary adjustments were made by the committee with a savings of 230,000. The committee further recommends for the savings to be moved to the Ministry of Youth and Sports under the submission to the Gambia Songhai Initiative. The Ministry of Youth and Sports, the committee recommends that 230,000 saved from the Ministry of Tourism, Arts, Culture be committed to the Ministry of Youth and Sports on the budget line 2218107. That is for agricultural inputs under the development budget, Gambia Songhai Initiative Project. The committee further recommends for the additional 3,500,000 for the Gambia Songhai Initiative Project under the budget lines 3112108, agricultural equipment and machinery. The Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the committee recommends no cuts on the budget. However, it proposes for the following relocation within the budget lines. One, that is the total balance of the savings, 11,300,000, and be allocated to the operational costs of the embassies of Sweden, Germany, and Japan, that the 3 new embassies proposed, Sweden, Germany, and Japan, be maintained, that an amount of 15 million be allocated as operating costs for each embassy under other charges. The Standing Committee on Human Rights and Constitutional Matters, Ministry of Justice. The committee recommends increasing the following budget lines that were on the budgeted. Budget line 1221101. Travel expense under general expenses 1,500,000 is the amount budgeted for 2023, and due to the number of international engagements the ministry undertakes annually. Budget line 22217101, consultancy 25,000 estimated for 2023, be augmented to support the drafting and review of the bills. Budget line 32621101, contributions to international organizations, 400,000 estimated for 2023. The ministry requests for increase to enable it pay its statutory subscriptions. Budget line 4, 22191102. The committee recommends increasing the training budget line and budget line 5. Under the development budget 3111203, construction of office building to be increased from 2 million to 5 million for the construction of an office complex in Basse. National Human Rights Commission. The committee recommends augmentation of the budget of Human Rights Commission to the sum of 7,120,900 to enable the Commission to continue its services on protection and promotion of human rights. Furthermore, the committee recommends Ministry of Finance to create new budget line for gratuity as per submission of the Commission. Public Enterprises Committee. The committee recommends the following. 1, endorsement of performance contracts between government and state-owned enterprises. Henceforth, 2, the government subsidized SCOs, subsidies for the SOEs should be based on the dividends paid. And 3, government should establish a dividend payment policy that indicates a standard threshold for the payment of dividends by SOEs from their profits. Number 4, a general study should be conducted by the SOEs on the financial and operational performance of SOEs with a view to understand their challenges and provide remedies to ensure their viability. The Select Committee on Regional Government Lands and Ombudsman and IEC, the Ministry of Lands and Regional Government. The committee recommends a total sum of $6,075,000 be augmented on the Ministry's budget and be allocated to specific budget lines as per the addendum to this report. Select Committee on Environment, Sustainable Development, Energy Affairs, the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change, and Wildlife. The committee made a saving of $1,925,000 from some budget lines under the ministry's recurrent budget. However, $850 million was relocated to some budget lines under the same recurrent budget, a balance of $1,075,000 and a saving of $3,400,000 from the ministry's development budget was also made. On the same savings, the committee recommends that amounts be added to the 65 million under the budget line 2622102 under strategic policy and management for contribution to international organization capital, thus augmented to $69,475,000. The committee also agreed with the recommendation made by the ministry that the budget line 2511101, non-finance public corporation OC of $6 million be relocated to the budget line 2511102, subvention to the non-financial public corporation to cater for the National Environment Agency's personnel enrollment for the 2023 fiscal year to avoid shortage. The Ministry of Fisheries and Water Resources, the committee recommends allocations to be made for the construction of office complex for the Department of Fisheries, and that additionally, the committee recommends for an additional allocation of $2 million for the creation of fish ponds and water breeding facilities for the budget line operating costs, which was zero, be raised to $500,000. The committee observed that despite lapses in the implementation of the fishing and fishery regulations, the condition of fish landing sites in the coast and the interior is hugely deteriorating. Thus, an immediate maintenance of all fish landing sites across the country is needed. The Ministry of Petroleum and Energy, the committee recommends that a total deduction of $1,150,000 be relocated to the budget line 2218111, land compensation under general administration, that is the development budget, to cater for the ministry's compensation package to the affected communities during the expansion of the rural electrification projects. That additionally, the Ministry of Finance should create a new program called Petroleum Directorate on Estimate and Select Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development, Ministry of Agriculture. The committee resolves on the following recommendations: that FPAC from its savings allocates an extra $150 million under a special account to finance program under the following budget lines of the Ministry of Agriculture. 1, rehabilitation of regional offices. 2, agricultural equipment and machinery. 3, maintenance of buildings and facilities. 4, livestock production and productivity. 5, agricultural imports. 6, surveillance and disease control. 7, land and irrigation development. 8, agricultural value chain development. And 9, research and development. 10, support to animal breeding, genetic improvement and development. Furthermore, the committee recommends that an extra 25 million be allocated to the 5 subvented institutions under the ministry. The Select Committee on Monitoring of Government Projects, the Ministry of Transport Works and Infrastructure, the committee resolves on the following recommendations. 1, with most of the projects signed by the government and funded locally to be completed in 2023, a reduction in the budget lines of these projects would result in break of contract by government and could incur more expenditure thereof. These projects are reflected in the addendum. The committee further observed that the compensation packages for the construction of certain roads have still not been settled. It is therefore strongly recommended that the compensation for the Combo Costa Road project, land compensation and Brikama Daslame Dimbaya Road be settled. The committee therefore recommends the reallocation of further 20 million to settle these compensation packages. With the reduction of this fuel levy, the road fund, from $3 to $1 per liter, the committee resolved that this budget line should be raised to supplement the road maintenance project of NRA to continue to maintain the road network and to build new roads within the communities. Select Committee on Trade and Regional Integration, the Ministry of Trade, Regional Integration and Employment, the committee recommends the following budget lines be reinstated. 1, range of 1 million, and 2, International Organization for Standardization, membership fees 650,000, and 3, the sum of 10 million be allocated for the construction for a lab for the Standards Bureau. And 4, the Ministry of Trade, in collaboration with the Ministry of Lands, to allocate a land to house the satellite institutions. The Select Committee on Education, Training, and ICT, the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education, the committee recommends that the budget of the ministry be approved as submitted. The Ministry of Information, the committee recommends the following: 1.5 million to be deducted from the maintenance of building, and 1 million from the consultancy, and 1 million from ICT infrastructure, making a total deduction of 3.5 million. And 2, the committee have agreed to add a 3.5 million reduction to access to information, that's the budget line. The committee recommended that a sum of 3.5 million be added for the purchase of 2 salon cars for the Commissioner of ATI and Executive Director. The Parliament has passed the ATI bill in 2021, and the President has signed it into law, and its operations need to start immediately. The committee recommends that 2 million to be added to the training budget under General Administration so that all information officers across all government institutions are trained on the ATI. And 4, the committee recommended additional vehicles for the department be procured. And 5, the committee recommends that all regional information offices across the country needs to be revived. The Ministry of Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology, the committee recommends the following: that the ministry's budget be increased to 141 million to cater for the subvented institutions under the purview as per the addendum attached, that the open scholarship amount be centralized instead of putting it in the ministry's vote, make their budget look big. The Ministries of Lands and Justice should be engaged to allocate land for the ministry in order to put an end to payment of rents, which is very expensive. The Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy. The committee recommends 22 million to be added on the operating cost. To the under specialized training, 4 million was recommended to be added on the 500,000, making a total of 4,500,000. The budget line item for GICTA is recommended to be restored from 6 million to 12 million. Digital Gambia Limited to be augmented from 6 million to 15 million. And the committee also recommends that 5 million to be added on the vehicle, making it 8,500,000. The committee also made to understand that on the manpower budget, the sum of existing staff are not included while they are still working with the institution. 10 positions have been omitted, and the recommendation from the committee was for the Ministry of Finance to revisit and do the necessary correction. The Select Committee on Health, Disaster, Refugees, and Humanitarian Relief, the Ministry of Health, on subvented institution budget line, the committee made the following observations. The budget line, Medicine Control Agency, there is no budget line created for the Medicine Control Agency, PE, for 2020 amounting to 13,667,147. The budget line for Bundum Maternal and Child Hospital, there is no budget line created for Bundum Maternal and Child Hospital, PE, for 2020 amounting to 72,831,275. Budget line country coordinating mechanism and consuls. The committee, in consultation with the Ministry of Health, recommends that the CCM be separated from the 4 consuls and a breakdown of allocation be highlighted as follows. 1, country coordinating mechanism, 800,000, Pharmacy Council, 800,000, Medical and Dental Council, 800,000, Nurses and Midwives Council, 800,000. Public and Environmental Health Council, 800,000. It is observed that the amount of 36 million has been factored in the 2020 budget for national health insurance. This amount compared to the ideal budget submission of the National Health Insurance Agency is inadequate. A total annual budget of 914,686,708.50 has been estimated based on the allocation formula developed. In order to implement the testing requirement for all imported medicine into the country, including government-procured medicines, the committee highlighted the need to capture the cost of testing of the ministry-procured medicines in 2020 budget. This is necessary, although the issue cropped up recently because of the AKI outbreak leading to the reinforcement of quality control measures. It is noted that the average testing fee per item ranges between $900 for regulatory authorities to $2,000 commercial rate. The national medicine list contains about 450 items, which by estimation attracts a testing fee of $120,000 or $54 million. That the following budget lines be adjusted from the saving made from the ministry's budget line general administration. For that budget line, sub-budget line, where fees and handling charge, and then another sub-budget line, national insurance subsidy, the budget line, traditional medicine development, the sub-budget line, advertisement and publications. The Select Committee on Gender, Children, and Social Welfare, the Ministry of Gender, Children, and Social Welfare. The committee recommends that 5 million be added to the Ministry of Gender to be redistributed to the following budget lines. One, social protection, the budget line, the estimate is 500,000. The committee added 1.5 million to make it 2 million. The budget line estimate is 105,000. The committee recommends adding 750, making it 855,000. Child protection, the budget line, original estimate is 700,000. The committee recommends adding 500,000, making it 1,200,000. The budget line, the original estimate is 100,000. The committee recommends adding 750,000, making it 850,000. Disability rehabilitation services. The budget line original allocation was 0, therefore the committee recommends adding 1 million. Gender equality and women empowerment. The budget line, the original estimate is 105,000. The committee recommends for an addition 500,000. In conclusion, the FPAC recommendations following careful review of the budget submission from the various ministries, departments, and agencies, and having carefully studied the various recommendations and observations put forward by the various committees, noting that the government continues to operate with a deficit of 4 billion, and FPAC's commitment to take all necessary measures to reduce the budget deficit without detriment to the functionality of the government ministries, departments, and agencies. The committee resolves to recommend the following. One, that the government consider coming up with a new vehicle policy and international audit should come up with control measures. The Ministry of Finance urgently implement revenue audit across government institutions and furnish FPAC on its finance to improve on domestic revenue mobilization. The Ministry of Finance to critically consider improving on their revenue base, particularly maximizing on extractive industry and fishery sectors. For the budget deficit should be reduced regardless of any recommendation for increment, that the recommendations of various committees be considered for endorsement where feasible. And 6, that the MDAs should move to cash power instead of normal NAVIC billing system. And 7, the government should move to cash powers instead of normal. 7, the government should consider investing in renewable energy to curtail the exponential rises in costs of electricity across the MDAs. The various committees have attached their addendums, which we can also go through. We may not give the detail of the adjustment, but just the total of the cuttings or the additions in the respective listings. For the Office of the President, there is a total cutting of 7,734,000. Okay. The suggestion is that we refer you to the various, the attached addendums, that is, with all the members. What has been read in the report is supported by the relevant documents from the respective committees. So you can go through and relate them as what we have in the report. On that note, I want to thank all the committees for the hard work that we have done in these few days to ensure that the budgets for the respective ministries and departments are thoroughly scrutinized. And then all the observations that I've made, recommendations that I've made, as reported in the report, we'll go through and thoroughly at the committee of the whole House to see that justice is done to all your recommendations. On that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman of FPAC and the entire membership of FPAC. Any seconder? Honorable Member for Lower Salum.
No. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion. On that note, I want to take my interventions on my debate on this estimate. Honorable Speaker, and thank you for giving me the floor. I wish to thank the Honorable Minister for Finance for taking the due process of the provision of the Constitution. And thank you, Honorable Members. Honorable Speaker, the FPAC reports, we have seen it, and what we can talk about it, then we have also taken note on it. Honorable Speaker, I will both intervene the FPAC report and the estimate. And in that note, Honorable Speaker, I will start with FPAC report. Honorable Speaker, page 3 of 16. Page 3 of 16. Yes, where the FPAC underlined their recommendation on the VVIP lodge at the airport to locate 500,000, which I am not supporting, Honorable Speaker, because there was a package.
Sorry, Honorable Member, you said page 16 of 16?
3 of 16.
15 of 16?
Roman figure 3. Roman 3, yes. Yes. No, 3 of 16. Page 3, page 3.
Page 3?
Page 3, yes.
Item number?
3. We had Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs to create a budget line for the VPI lodge at the airport at 500,000 to be allocated. Yes, Honorable Speaker, there was a phase 2 allocation for that lodge to be complete. An amount of that money, how it was invested, and a huge amount of money was given to that airport phase 2. But it was phase 1 and phase 2, which this parliament approved an amount of money to that particular lodge. But as we say it or seen it, it was not well prepared. And there was no explanation on how that money was spent in that phase 1 and phase 2. So in the recommendation here, I stand to disagree and not to locate anything for this VPI lodge. Honorable Speaker, before going further, this budget is where we can able the ministry and department to make their functions for a particular from January 31st to December 31st. Honorable Speaker, there are many issues we are raised in third ordinary session by the members of this parliament. As we are going on this budget, it's a program-based budgeting. Honorable Speaker, I can fully remember when the member for Ilyasa mentioned about the rainfall, the rain wind getting the roof of the kids' classes. during the rainfalls. And the minister and the permanent secretary said they have exhausted the entire budget of that particular item. The member of Ilyasa and other members make a bitter argument to give a particular location for that schools that are uprooted by the wind. Now, this is a national budget. There's no portion where I can see there's a maintenance of classes, building and classes. I can only see furniture and fittings, which was 1 million and something. And in that note, the maintenance of buildings and facilities is 50,000. And essentially, the resource that was out for the poor resource, basically, Honorable Senator, I can factor that because those kids that fail their examinations cannot sit in a class without roof. Honorable, that can cause the failure of that examination. Now, if the minister now, given a responsibility now, why not to give a budget line to bring, to add this, the maintenance of buildings where can eradicate what is happening. And still now, I know there are most classes that are still uncovered. And there is no place where I can see in the budget there is an amount located for these classrooms. Honorable Speaker, and the FPAC doesn't mention anything like that, which I am not in a party to. We need to consider our young ones and killers in schools, whereby they can take this country forward. Honorable Speaker, in their report, I myself have mentioned the insecurity of the country, which police were constraints, that's vehicles. In the FPAC report, I have not seen anything that was given to police to buy vehicles for patrol and where officers are equipped to see peace is prevailed in the country. The FPAC doesn't mention anything like that. And Honorable Speaker, now is the time to make all this budget line possible, because we cannot see our children going to school without roof. We cannot see also our policemen in the uniform. They are they are attacked by the criminals on the streets. We need to equip our security forces. I can only see defense and security where to buy uniforms for battalions. Why not police? Now, the Minister of Interior, the Office of the IG, recruit many young Gambians, both male and female. But they are not equipped. And anything cannot go to the country when there's no peace. Gambians, what we know peace. And Honorable Speaker, the FPAC report doesn't mention anything like the Office of the IG to buy vehicles to many police stations. So, in that note, all these cuts that they have made, I'm proposing to put it under Minister of Basic and Secondary School and the Office of the IG, that's Interior, to be added. And Honorable Speaker, most ministries, they are all, in the entire budget, we all line on the GRA to collect revenue for us. Honorable Minister, the most effective ministries like fisheries, and water resources. What revenue they are collecting? If you go to page 40 of the estimate, you can see all revenues and details of revenues collected by the agencies. But the Ministry of Fisheries, you can see how much is only 70 million. Honorable Speaker, and again, I will say sorry to this August Assembly. In 2019, we have signed an agreement between Gambia government and European Union, Gambia government and Senegalese country, which are not in our benefit. Honorable Speaker, how much European Union vessels comes to our territory, to the sea? This agreement is 5 years period, from 31st July 2019 to 30th July 2025. And they only a budget amount of 550,000 euros. In 6 years period, the amount there cannot help us. Honorable Speaker, I am saying to this August Assembly and to the Minister responsible to reverse that decision, because it is not in our favor. Today, we are talking of Russia and Ukraine war. That should not be our business. Our business should be the revenue that we have, the resources that we have today, to allow the Minister of Finance and GRA to make a good use of those resources, because we are a tax-based country, Honorable Speaker. But today, the entire resources that we have given to the people, and still now we ask those people to help us on budget support. Honorable Speaker, I am saying no to that. This agreement should be reversed, and the most controversial agreement is between Gambia and Senegal. They said you cannot fish in this sea more than 2 kilometers. And how many Senegalese vessels are in Gambia? In fact, the entire vessels that are fishing is all belongs to Senegalese people. Honorable Speaker, let's make best use of our ministries. And we know this is a tax-based country, and the collecting revenue should not be compromised by any Gambian or non-Gambian. And Honorable Speaker, still going on these bilateral agreements between the European Union, they can come to our sea and catch fish what they want. But the other fish that they catch, they throw it out to death. Within 6 years, how much fish that will kill by these people? They are vessel nets. We don't know. And there is no monitor that is put in place to see that this catching fish will be the equipment that they will use to catch fish. There's no monitor. And how much the 10% of that catch, in fact, is very poor. Now, the 90% will take by the European Union, and you leave 10% to our citizens. I am saying, let's the Gambian government invest in this sector to help the citizens and the youth on fishing boats, vessels, to go to our sea and catch fish for our people. Today you can go to the market. There's no fish. You can only find this yai boy and chalo there. But all good fish are taken away from us, Honorable Speaker. I am saying the decision of those agreements should be reversed, by the Gambian government and the parliament. Honorable Speaker, in that note, Honorable Speaker, this budget is there to implement the from 31st January to 31st December. But Honorable Speaker, Ministry of Health, there was a commission established by the Parliament on this FPAC issue. But today, we fall into a crisis. But the entire students are crying on. But there is no budget line that can settle this, Honorable Speaker. The budget line is only $40 million. $40 million. 40 million. You are it. Honorable Speaker, I'm suggesting this budget line to be increased 100 million. If there is any savings. And again, let's create a lab for our people. Honorable Speaker. And there's no person where I've been seen to construct a lab facilities. We cannot depend on people. Let's also innovate and create things for our people, Honorable Speaker. Because you can't be depending on people, whatever you want to do. And you call yourself as an independent sovereignty. Honorable Speaker, now is the time, because we know globally there is a crisis, but we need to help our people who cannot sit on this seat and give their words to the Minister of Finance. Honorable Speaker, this budget line should be considered, and there will be a facility that will test all drugs that will enter in the Gambia for use. This lab, I am proposing to the FPAC and the members to create a budget line for this and force the ministry to establish this lab for our people. Honorable Speaker, if you go to Minister of Transport, then the same thing applies. Their revenue collecting fees is only the bridge tolls, which is 100 million. Honorable Speaker, let's emphasize this. It's a tax-based country, and it's where we survive on. Let me create an avenue whereby the collection of these bridges tickets be transparent. Honorable Speaker, I know not everything can be transparent, but then people's monies that we are expecting to collect, because you cannot close all these loopholes, you can't do it, but you can minimize it, whereby not only for you, but for the survival of the people. Honorable Speaker, this toll bridge, because if you go to Senegal, there is a form of paying their how to call it, what's the name again? This new construction roads in Senegal, whereby if you want to, LPS, they are calling huge revenue, Honorable Speaker. But in our country, that innovation is not there. Whether it is there or not, I am not seeing it. The technocrats now should help us now. We cannot build roads. At the end of the day, we don't earn anything, Honorable Speaker. You can build roads whereby you can tap resources But now putting millions of dollars or billions of dollars in roads, at the end of the day, you don't expect anything. Honorable Speaker, how are you going to make progress? You just put in the not like that, Honorable Speaker. Where we put our monies, we expect something there. Honorable Speaker, because now many roads are built in the country. Yes, it's good, but what the interest that we have? The interest is minimal. You put in millions of dollars in roads, but at the end of the day, you don't earn anything. That's serious, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you go to the Minister of Agriculture, we said is the backbone of the country. Yes, that was the message that they are using, but I'm saying no to that, Honorable Speaker. That ministry, what they are collecting, even is less than what other ministries are collecting. Today, that ministry should be a vibrant ministry, where to tap. They only collect money from inspector meat, something like that, meat inspectors and life permit. It's the only thing that they take revenue from. And that ministry should be upgraded. And those PhD holders create something, that an avenue whereby the people can have their survival in agriculture. It's a potential ministry, but what is happening in that ministry, Honorable Speaker, is unacceptable. How many millions of dollars is invested in that ministry? But in return, we don't get anything. Honorable Speaker, let's adjust on what we are doing. And we know that we are representing our people. Because whether you are there, not the entire life when you are there, you'll be accountable by us or the Almighty. So do the right thing that can help our people. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, that ministry, special agriculture, today, any ground that previous ground that they buy from the farmers, it all takes to Senegal. In fact, there is no milling machines that will give us oil, mill oil. There's none of them is here. All ground that was bought previous years, it was transit to Senegal. Are we working for other countries to benefit what we are doing? Let's create an avenue whereby what is happening would not happen. Yes, Syria, Russia, and Ukraine war, yes, I agree. They are still fighting for their own interests. Why not, as a country, we work together? If that granules are processed to oil, are you going to mind this war in Russia-Ukraine war? No. Let's bring them, these machines, make farmers to invest, then the government can process. But we can only subvent fertilizers, seeds. At the end of the day, you are giving somebody a seed. We can give him an experience how to farm that seed, cultivate that seed. At the end of the day, you just give him that seed. Next tomorrow, you make it cherry, or how to call it, this mono. That will not take us anywhere. You give somebody a seed, then the return can be good for our people. Honorable Speaker, the giraffe project, they give maize seeds, but most of them, they have cooked it, Honorable Speaker. And you invest a huge amount of money in that seeds. You subsidize fertilizer also, the same thing apply. Now, go to the depots, you find many fertilizers because farmers cannot afford to buy those fertilizers, $2,000. Honorable Speaker, why not we create an avenue whereby the return will be better? Honorable Speaker, because as we are going, this is not the solution. But the grassroots should be the basis education. Honorable Speaker. And we are not educating our farmers. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, many things will be said, but when we go to the office, how do you call it, the Committee of the Supply, we're going to deal with the budget very well. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to, please. Please, you are interrupting me, Honorable. Honorable Speaker, the furniture and fittings and how to call it, maintenance of buildings should be looked at. Yearly, all budget goes to furniture and fitting and maintenance buildings and facilities. Now, since I came in this parliament, I see this furniture since last 5 years. I was on this seat. And today you go to the National Assembly budget, you will find their furniture and fitting. The entire ministry, what we have done to stroke out those budget items on these activities, these furniture and fittings should be scrapped out. In fact, at the end of the day, you are even renting an office, because most ministries are renting offices. We build that you are going to, now, what's the essence of, you agree with that person who owns that building. You are renting millions of dollars, at the same time you are maintaining that building again. Now, Speaker, I don't think it's worth for it. Before giving somebody a location, this furniture and fitting, let you build an office, we can give you. But I still sit on this seat. This 6 years now. And in fact, here is better. Because of some ministries, they use this budget line for other environment. If we want to eradicate this environment, we cut this furniture and fitting. We cut it and put that, we save that money to other relevant budget line. Because we are representing our people. In fact, those people that we are representing, they don't even have house to select. Honorable Speaker. But for us, we always keep on furniture and fittings, maintenance of buildings, and since I came in this parliament again, I only saw this parliament was white, it was once. And that's the budget line of it. No, charity begins at home. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister, I am proposing this budget line to be cut. I don't know what will be your advice. But Honorable Speaker, this budget line, we have, in fact, the entire government today, if you are seriously sick, you'll be evacuated. And when you are a poor farmer, you end up dying. There is a hospital that can manage our patients. There is no lab, even government said, you go there, they actually go and pay. We work for ourselves, but not for our people. Honorable Speaker. Today, you can go to the Gambia health facilities. Then they will ask you go for testing. A poor farmer that pays you and I. You ask him to go and pay 3,000 or 5,000 when there's no food in his house. They will end up dying. Let's create an avenue for our people. This hospital, we built a standard hospital and equip it. You've been a nurse, a trained nurse, that was paid by the government, Gambia government, for 2 years born. You go and serve Gambia government, and still now, you leave that Gambia government, you go and serve private hospital or private clinic, that you earn more. And which you forget, you are paid by the poor farmers to go and educate yourself. Honorable Speaker, I'm saying let's be innovative and do what is right thing. This budget is for our people. And in fact, the worst part of it, no minister or agency can go out there and make a visibility study what is happening to our people. Let's capture it. They all sit down in office and make this budget. We will spend papers, stationaries, furniture and fittings, and this and this and this and this. But none of them can go outside and caution people what is happening. That's a citizen participate on budgetary. None of them can do it. They all sit down in office and do their budgeting and bring it to the National Assembly. We also do what we want to do, cut and paste it. Then we give to them, go and implement. Honorable Minister, I am proposing an advice, and I know you are ready to move this country forward. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister, let's work hand in glove to see this country is moved. And Honorable Speaker, we are representing our people, both the ministers and the parliamentarians and the young staffs down there. We are all paid by these farmers, whether directly or indirectly. Honorable Speaker, we are not witch-hunting anybody here, but the fact of the matter is we need to consider our people. They don't have anything. What they have is just to put you in that office. Now you try to put rope in their neck and push it out. Honorable, that we shouldn't allow. We are the people who are representing them. We also need to consider them. What is affecting them? They don't need anything. What they need is when they go to the hospital, they are cured. They are back to home. Honorable Speaker, and when they go to the market, they buy what they want. And again, we need to look on our market issue again. Honorable Speaker, body oil, sugar, rice. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister, I don't know what strategy that you're going to use to make a market policy. Now, a bag of rice is 2,000 plus now. Honorable, this, in fact, it's not a good rice there. This bad one, I mean. But you're going for American rice, or even Saddam, it's more than that. A poor farmer can't buy this thing. A gallon of oil is increasing daily. Not even daily, hour. You go and buy 1 gallon of oil today. The next hour, you go there, they will ask you, are we at $10 or $25? Honorable, it's serious. We are representing our people, the survival of our people. A Gambian, when your stomach is fine, we are not worth anything. This one, when it's filled up, we are fine. And the security that when we have security, here is filled up, we are fine. Whatever you want to do it. But all this problem that is happening globally is this. This one. If this one is okay, that stock market, we are fine. Whatever you technician you do, we are okay with it. But make sure the stock market is okay. Then we can get where we sleep. Whatever you do with this budget, we have no problem. But as long as we are hungry, Honorable, you will not sleep there. Honorable Minister, you will not sleep. And the interior also will not sleep. because day in, day out, there will be always a problem. So I am appealing to honorable members, honorable ministers, and the government and like you, this is our government, to consider our people, the survival and our peace and security. Thank you very much for giving me that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Lower Salum, who has ably seconded the motion. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that this August Assembly do consider the consolidated report of the Finance and Public Accounts on the findings and recommendations of committees of the National Assembly on the 2023 estimates of revenue and expenditure of the Republic of the Gambia. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. At this juncture, honorable members, I will now invite any honorable member who wishes to take part in the debate to raise his or her constituency tag to be recorded, and you will be given the floor to speak. However, before allowing any honorable member to take the floor, I want to remind ourselves of the scope of debate under Order 31 of the Standing Orders, which reads, debate upon any motion or amendment to a motion, or upon any bill, part of a bill or amendment to a bill, shall be relevant thereto, except in the case of a motion for the debate on the adjournment of the Assembly. In addition, honorable members, Order 86.7 of the same standing orders do guide us on how to debate on the annual estimates. It reads, the debate on the motion shall be confined to the estimates and the explanatory statement and the reported findings and recommendations of the Assembly committees and the Finance and Public Accounts Committee's consolidated report of the Assembly Committee's consideration of the draft budget. Honorable members, on that note, I therefore appeal to all honorable members to respect and observe the said provisions of our standing orders. I thank you all. I now call on the honorable member for Combo East to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me the floor. Fellow members, I greet you. Honorable Speaker, having heard from the chairman of the FPAC committee and the report that he has given us before us, comparing these to the laying of the report by the Honorable Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs with the statements that he has put forward, I am deeply concerned in the structure of the whole budget at the revision stage. Having considered at the conclusory remarks of the chairman of the FPAC committee, they've made to recommend and then highlight under the last page 15 of 16, number 4, as they have stated, the budget deficit should be reduced regardless of any recommendation for increment. And having seen the adjustment list, we've gone higher to a bit above $3 billion. And also looking into the statements of the Honorable Minister during the laying of the estimated budget, we are constrained with revenue, and we haven't seen any plan put before us to make sure that there is a possibility in trying to raise our revenue base to be able to cope the scarce situations that we are experiencing in all ministries. but only to see an increment across ministries and agencies. We need to be very strategic. We need to be very cautious. We need to be very frank. These figures that we are playing with could witch hunt us, and we are obliged to our own people. I would suggest us to consider the key ministries that holds upon us in generality, that is Gambians of all walks of life. And we know the key ministries that these things are affecting are the ministries of agriculture, health, education, defense, interior. But having seen the ratio of foreign affairs rising up high, exempting agriculture and other ministries like defense and security, defense and interior, it's like we are compromising something else. I would suggest the ministry and the National Assembly to consider and scrutinize this estimate budget very well. Relate your adjustments and your amendments to the factuals, that's the revenues that we are expecting. Since we've all known our fates for now, that the grants that we are forecasting are never realistic. Now, can't we look into ourselves, but always to be considering the Ukraine, the COVID-19. COVID-19 is now phasing out, but what do we have to carry along? Would we be having another wave, God forbid, that will come again, that will stock us, to end up sending people outside the borders to be begging for assistance and then waiting for people to bail us out? We should look into this. And this limited revenue that we had at hand should be the very one that we will take and strategize to adjust ourselves to make sure that we are stable internally. Our stability is a concern. And through these ministries that we can be stable. I urge honorable members, I may not take much time. My concern is the structures within the estimated budget. I was expecting it to be reviewed thoroughly and strategically to make sure that we accommodate ourselves within our limits, to make sure that we grow, to make sure that we reduce our deficit balance, which is very key. It has led us into many unconditional debts that we are taking, both internal and external, to make sure we suit ourselves. We keep moving. We have to move. But in what pace are we moving? This needs consideration. This requires no figures to play with. At the end of the day, we return back to the same house again and work for supplementary or work for an amendment. We have to start work in earnest. And this work is something that we owe our own people, both the executive and the assembly, that business should not be as usual. It shouldn't be copy and paste all the time. Let's try to move ahead. This is for the good of every one of us. On that note, I thank you very much and I rest my case.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Combo East. I now invite the Honorable Member for Nyanija. He's out. The Honorable Member for Banjul South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would first of all like to thank the committee clerks of this August House for the great work that they have done by spending the whole night in this August Assembly preparing a report for us. I thank you, clerks of the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, I think looking at the Honorable Minister's statement and looking at the budget, I think that our government does not love this country. They do not have the feeling to nurture our children in this country. Honorable Speaker, $6 billion in salaries alone, not in administrative cost. Honorable Speaker, and we say we are a poor country. Honorable Speaker, the median age in this country is 19 years old. We should consider the life and the livelihood of our children. We should be investing in education. We should be investing in health rather than paying ourselves, feeding ourselves out of the poor people of this country. I will start with this August Assembly, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, to see the salary of the Honorable Speaker increased from 658 million to 658,000 to 1,560,000, I feel ashamed to call myself an honorable member. Honorable Speaker, I gave myself for service. I did not give myself for the poor people to feed me and my family. Honorable Speaker, when I saw this, I felt embarrassed. I did not want to come to this budget session because I said to myself, there is no need, because we are just sharing the cake in our pockets, going home, feeding ourselves. Not only that, but to see the responsibility allowance, the residential allowance, the roving allowance, and all those for the representatives of the people. It is embarrassing for me to go back to my poor constituency and tell them that the meager resources of this country, I am paid that much at your expense. I took an oath, Honorable Speaker, to serve and to give back to my society, not to enrich myself. And even if I go to the Constitution, Honorable Speaker, it says that we shouldn't deliberately enrich ourselves. And increasing our salaries is deliberately enriching ourselves. And that is an embarrassment. I think as a National Assembly, we should not accept any salary increment. It was in this August Assembly that we sat and discussed the salaries of the ministers and denied them, even though they went behind our backs and increased it. That is their problem. We offered ourselves for service, Honorable Speaker. We were not appointed. We were elected, and we offered ourselves, Honorable Speaker. And I think we should think of our people when we do the budget. I'm not allowing you to observe me. I don't have that time. When you are on your own feet, observe yourself, please. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, when we go to the office of the President, Honorable Speaker, I have seen new units, ICT units, being established at the office of the President. The office of the President has, I think, whatever they call it, the person that does her public speech or whatever, that lady. Why would he need another ICT? Why would the Honorable, His Excellency want 6 advisors? How many ministers does he have in addition to the new ministries? If the President is telling us that the ministers are not good enough, I told this August Assembly here last year when we did the budget, if he is implying that his ministers are not good, let him sack them and apply and appoint advisors. The ministers, according to our Constitution, should be competent enough to advise him on any policy under their ministries. And if they are not good enough, and if that is what he's implying, that they are not good enough, let him sack them and appoint advisors in their place. But as a poor country, we cannot be paying ministers and be paying advisors and be paying deputy advisors. Come on, we are a poor country. Instead of thinking of ourselves, 6 billion in emoluments alone. Come on. Honorable Speaker, I think we should think of the Gambian people, not our pockets. We say that when you are a politician, your skin starts shining, and I'm starting to believe it. Once you are appointed a minister, before 2 months, you marry a second wife. You start buying homes abroad. Come on, at the expense of who? at the expense of the poor Gambian? No way, Mr. Speaker. I am ashamed to call myself a National Assembly member. To be honest, I did not want to contest again. The only reason I contested was to show them that I can come back to this August Assembly. And I did against all odds, Mr. Speaker. If they want, they can die seeing me at the Assembly, but I will come and I will speak my mind and I will go home and I will eat my lamb. That is who I am, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I looked at the Ministry of Justice's budget. Mr. Speaker, we had TRRC. Mr. Speaker, we don't have the commission anymore, but we have the recommendations of the TRRC. Mr. Speaker, is the President not willing to act on the recommendations of the TRRC? Sometimes I wonder if he is, because to be honest, I'm not against anybody, but we've suffered for 22 years. And after 22 years, 2016, we thought we were embarking on change. And the Honorable President imposed certain people on us, and I think that was deliberate so that we will not implement the recommendations of the TRRC. Mr. Speaker, if you look at 2021, the TRRC, 46 million. 2022, 0. 2023, 0. So that is a direct indication that he does not want to put anything on that. Yes, the commission is no more. But the recommendations, how are we going to do implementation if nothing is allocated for it? Mr. Minister, take note of that, please. We did not suffer for 22 years in vain. I personally lost my dad under a dictatorship of the previous regime. I'm not saying do whatever, but I'm saying let us work on the recommendations. Let us act on them, put money on it so that we will at least have hope that there will be recommendation. Mr. Speaker, and I've also seen that payment of school bus services to GTSE in 2021, 909 million. 2022, 10 million. 2023, 0. So the little support that they were giving to our children to use the school buses, they have taken. What have they done with it? Is that what they are using to add to their salaries? I am asking. Let us give to our children. Our children need support. We have seen 70+ children die. What have they done? Is it reflected in the budget to make sure that that has stopped, that will not happen? Because I've heard here the reason was because we did not have labs to do the test. Mr. Speaker, has that been picked in the budget? We did not come here, we did not fight to win our elections, to come here and eat and take the little resources, take it home and put it in our pockets. No, that is not me. And I know it is not my colleagues as well. I trust you all, honorable colleagues, to make sure that there is no increment. Let us start from home. Let us start from home. Let us not increase the salaries of the leadership in this assembly. When I looked at the budget, I was like, wow, the speaker, the deputy speaker, the majority leader, the minority leader, they have taken care of themselves. But have they thought about our children at home? Our schools? No way. There's a school in my constituency that is at risk of being closed, moved to another school. Have they thought about that? No way, but I have. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And for that, honorable colleagues, let us not increase anybody's salary. Let us redirect those resources back to our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Banjul South. I now invite the Honorable Member for Lower Fuladu West.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I think
we are on the right course on the budget, that every nation in the world looked at it for the preceding year. And I believe the Ministry of Finance have did the meaningful to bring the right ingredients in the National Assembly for us to look at it. And then bilaterally, we have engaged all the ministries and then come up with possible solution to the budget line. And we are also believe and happy that we are operating in the IFMI system that have coding. And this current budget that we are discussing, it is scheduled in such a manner that it is a program-based budgeting that will enhance National Assembly members to be able to do their oversight function very well. Mr. Speaker, we are going to marry a second wife. That is an obligatory. If somebody, you don't have a husband, that is you, you don't have a husband, but we are going to marry a second wife as National Assembly members. And then, Mr. Speaker, I want to make it clear here, let us not fake our Gambian people. Let us not fake which of the National Assembly member have forgone his salary for 1 year. We don't come here and protest that we are the best, when underneath we have sentiments and grievances among ourselves. We have to omit that. We should be ready to work as a family to develop this country to the highest height. All these stories are personal grievances and they don't hold water. We are even thinking as National Assembly for all the country to add a column called cost of living. Wherever we go, members, the people that we represent are asking, what are you doing about our living? We are thinking of adding a column called cost of living on every civil servant to address the needs of them so that we can move ahead. You see, we have to understand something. The government of the day is doing the meaningful. It's only in this country that you can go to a health facility with $50, you can go to a lab. It's no more happening. So people have to understand that we are moving. People have to understand that we are trying. What all we need is, let's come together as a nation and work. Looking at this budget, there are a lot of development that have seen here. This is the first time that we see in this country that from our local resource mobilization, we are able to construct road. It has not been happening. It's all from grant. And now we are moving. We are consulting road. We are consulting health facility from our own resources here. That is telling you that we are moving. And for salaries, have to be increased across the board. Because we know that the world is growing. Life is getting very expensive. And every civil servant of this country is asking for salary increment. It will be increased. Coming back to the Ministry of Health, if in the bilateral we agree and we are doing the meaningful to ensure that a lab is, even if not constructed, but there will be equipment that will be bought so that it will help to strengthen the testing of products that are coming into this country. And I'm telling you, that's another improvement that this budget is going to highlight. And then this budget, according to the FPAC report, they are advising government to look into vehicle policy. That vehicle policy, the objective is to make sure that there are resources that will be managed meaningfully. So I believe when we come as parliamentarians, let us not be media friendly just to attain attention. At the end of the day, what you are telling the Gambian people, you don't mean it. You don't mean it. We have to be factual. We have to be realistic. And the budget line in front of us, the minister, when he came here on the very day, he told us everybody had this. What he said, this budget is set in such a way that it will address some of our development aspirations, especially roads that have been undergoing construction. For us in the province, we need roads, and we want the government to consume roads. For us in the provinces, we want farm equipment because we are farmers. For us in the provinces, we need water. We are thirsty because we don't have water. And this budget have addressed some of those issues. So if we sit down here, you think we will not marry? If you don't have a husband, go and look for a husband. We are going to marry. Here, let's be realistic. Let's face the fact. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Lower Fuladu West. I now invite the Honorable Member for Bakau.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I am going to be very brief, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, having gone through the budget allocations, I have realized that agriculture 2022 was allocated a budget of which 2023 is being deducted of $103 million with no explanation. And having gone through the report from the FPAC, I have realized that FPAC have made a recommendation of $150 million under a special amount of finance program under the following budget lines of the Ministry of Agriculture. Namely, with your permission, Honorable Speaker, rehabilitation of regional offices, agricultural equipment and machinery, maintenance of building and facilities, livestock production and productivity, agricultural inputs, surveillance and disease control, land and irrigation development, agricultural value chain development, research and development. I thank FPAC for coming up with this recommendation for $150 million to be reallocated to agricultural and rural development. FPAC, I thank you very much for that recommendation. And again, Honorable Speaker, having gone through the budget under youth and sport, I have also realized that from 2018 to 2023, the youth and sports budget keep declining. Year in, year out, their budget line keeps declining with no explanation. And going through the development programs of the Ministry of Youth and Sports, I've not seen where the independent stadium is being featured. As the only independent stadium in the country, and with the condition of that independent stadium, it cannot host any more international games. So having gone through the development budget, I have not seen where it's been featured. Not a single dollar have been budgeted for the independent stadium to be taken care of. Honorable Minister, through Honorable Speaker, I would want a clarification on that, since that is the only independent stadium in the country and is no more advisable to be used. And again, we all understand that the youth percentage in the country is high, and there is no plan for our youths. If that is the case, Honorable Speaker, through you, I'll ask the Honorable Minister for Finance, where are we going as a nation? No plans for our youths. And we keep saying youths are the future leaders of this country. If there is no foundation for our youths, where are we going as a nation, Honorable Speaker? Through you, I'll ask the Minister. Honorable Speaker, the budget allocation for foreign ministry, Honorable Speaker, is almost $1 billion plus. And going through the budget line, I have also made to understand that the government of the day is about to create three new embassies with no justification, Honorable Speaker. Do we need extra embassies? Honorable Speaker, I'll ask the Honorable Minister for Finance for more clarification. In my own view, I'll express this as a political gain. I'm sorry if I am maybe misjudged by honorable members. But this is how I see things, that we don't need to create any new embassy. Honorable Speaker, having gone through the budget as well, 18% of our budget is allocated to debt service. Honorable Speaker, this is a grave burden on Gambians as taxpayers. Debt service, 18% of our budget allocated to debt service. Where are we as a nation? Honorable Speaker, through you, I would like to have more clarification from the Honorable Minister. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, having gone through the budget allocations as well, I talked about foreign embassies. The amount allocated is at a high side. And to be very realistic, Honorable Minister, I think you need to revisit this allocation. If you want to take ourselves as a serious government, we need to downsize our embassies. Instead, going for more embassies. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I wanted to talk about office furniture and office fittings, maintenance of building, but my honorable colleague from Kawu spoke on those issues. So in order to save time for my honorable members to have more time to contribute, I'll put a stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Bakau. I now invite the Honorable Member for Kiang West.
Honorable Speaker, colleague honorable members, Honorable Minister of Finance and the team, National Assembly service staffs, good afternoon. But first, I would love to definitely thank the committee secretariat, committee clerks, through the director of committees for the great job that they've done. It has been a very difficult job, and the time is very short. The bilateral was very tied up, but then they have stretched up so much up to spending night here to make sure that they compile reports and also have a review with FPAC committee for consolidated reports. So I want to say thank you very much for this great job. Without you, our job would definitely not be possible. Honorable Speaker, my take on the budget, first I would love to say we have a very complex and a very bulky note here to look at within a very short period of time. So almost we have it either not possible or we have it very difficult to analyze everything to to scrutinize the budget very well. So I think there is a need for constitutional amendment, looking at the period that they used to look to scrutinize the budget, and it's very short. The other thing also is the Honorable Minister, the budget is very bulky. I think it should be explanatory so that it can be citizen-friendly, and we have a summary version of it for honorable members to be able to understand it very well. When we have a summary version of the budget that aligns figures to issues and that they intend to address, that would be very good. That's my suggestion, that we have a very summarized budget which is very citizen-friendly, and it can be very explanatory. Honorable Speaker, looking at today's budget that we have as 2023 estimate, the total budget of 35.41 billion to 31.18 billion of 2022. Records have shown that actually the unrealistic nature of this year's budget is very clear. Looking at the low revenue collection in 2022 by GRA was a serious challenge. This has actually given us an actual outturn for only 56% in 9 months of 2022. What difference are we expecting that informs this budget, increasing from 31%, from 31 billion to 35 billion? What difference have informed this increment? Honorable Speaker, which means having been cautious of the fact that the total collected revenue and grants was only 48% over the said 9-month period. Honorable Speaker, however, if there is no changes with respect to this situation, the low revenue collection in 2022, non-realization of the international commitments, which means there will be another supplementary appropriation bill in 2023. So I think there is a need to look at this budget critically and slice it very well with a very sharp knife to ensure that our budget is realistic. We will not run into another supplementary appropriation in 2021. Honorable Speaker, I think the major complaint that we all have is that we are a tax-based economy and our revenue collection is very low. But I would suggest that we should not only do expenditure audit. The expenditure audit is one thing, but revenue audit is another thing. To audit our revenue, all the agencies that are responsible for collecting revenues for this country needs to be audited for us to establish the amount of revenue that we can collect in a year. Once we are able to establish that, this will inform our budget very well. Revenue audit is another thing. And the other thing is, when we audit our revenues, I think we should be able, with immediate effect, to stop physical cash collection of public funds in government agencies. Physical cash collection of public funds. Let's try to ensure that we have our e-banking policies that GRA is coming with to ensure that the funds that is due to this country are being accounted for and they get to where they're supposed to get. This will help us, and this will help the ministry to actually give us a budget that is realistic. Because if GRA projected that they can produce this in a year, and we went 9 months in a year they realize that they cannot actually do that, then something is wrong somewhere that has to be looked at critically. Once we do that, we will be able to have a budget that is realistic, then we can run away from revising budgets over and over. Honorable Speaker, water as a basic need. I think the Ministry of Water Resources, Fisheries and Water Resources, so definitely the time has come for us to allocate them enough fund. And their allocation is only 10 million. Sadly, if you move to some parts of this country, some of the people are drinking on open wells. Some of our electorates are moving from one community to the other to fetch water. Particularly in my personal constituents, people are moving from one community to the other to fetch water for drinking and cooking, which is very sad. I think by 2023, we should make sure we have an allocation that will abolish drinking on open wells and open defecation. Sadly, as a National Assembly member, we went on I've moved to some part of the country. And we found that in some communities, open defecation still exists. This should be abolished in this country. The ministry that is responsible for this should be allocated with enough resources to ensure that we abolish drinking on open wells and open defecation. It's very sad. So I think the time has come that the Ministry of Fisheries and Water Resources to be allocated with enough fund for them to ensure that they embark on a journey to draft a strategic plan. They abolish drinking on open wells because we cannot be healthy. In areas where open defecation is common, most of the time they are very closer to the sea. These materials have been eroded to the sea. We use a lot of things in the sea. And in all those areas, you find children, taking bath using the seawater. And sometimes you see our mothers, our sisters, when they come from farm, they go to the seaside and take bath. So once we don't abolish this, they cannot be healthy. And we are buying medicines, we're still killing them. So let's try to make sure that we abolish open defecation and drinking on open wells. Honorable Speaker, I think today my deliberation will be a little bit biased, talking about Kia West very well. My constituents, align it to the budget. I can see the allocation of $440 million for the second phase of Kia West project. And looking at this, to be quite frank enough, I want to thank the ministry for this allocation. Thank you very much. But then we want this project to be fast-tracked to ensure that the people who have been marginalized for more than 30 decades to actually benefit from what is due to them. As I always complain, the distributive justice. Our GDP, you shared it into per capita income. Our capital income per citizen of Kia West deserves this money. So please, let's make sure that this money is trickled down to the people of this constituency. And by conclusion, I want to say, Ministry, and again to Ministry of Fisheries and Water Resources, fisheries, the fish landing sites in this country. We are complaining, saying, we only have foreigners in our seas fishing and the Gambians are not engaged into fishing. Of course they are. Get to the hinterlands of this country. The youth are ready to fish. Each of these fish landing sites you go, there's a major problem. The boats are not there. The fishing nets are not there. The regulations are not followed. I think there is high time that we spend money on this sector. And I want to inform the Honorable Minister that there is a community that has a fish landing site. Their fish landing site, there is a major problem there. The site is not good. The materials on the old side are killing kids. They will always use this area to go and take bath, to go for swimming. And two children were died in this community in Fonyi Binta. What is the Minister of Fisheries doing? Can they be given resources to go and remove those materials, or they make the fish landing site, which is going to improve the sector? So we cannot continue to lose the life of children, the innocent children. Who can be Minister of Finance tomorrow? Who can be Speaker? Who can be Parliament members? Who can be President to be losing their lives because the ministry failed to go and remove the dangerous materials at the coast, or to build it to generate fund for the country? We cannot afford that. So the time has come for that site definitely to be looked at, because life of 2 kids has been claimed because of that dangerous materials there. Either they go remove it or rebuild this landing site. Honorable Speaker, this is the little that I want to contribute to the budget. Thank you very much. I beg to take my seat.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kiang West. I now invite the Honorable Member for Talinding Kunjang constituency.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me add my voice in thanking the Secretariat of the National Assembly in the judicial service they have committed themselves during the process of this, the compilation, both the bilateral and the compilation of this report. It has been very tedious, and they've done a wonderful job. And I also seize the opportunity to commend all select and standing committees during the bilateral process. I would seize the opportunity to thank the Minister of Finance and the entire ministry personally here present. Honorable Minister, this is a great opportunity to discuss issues relating to the budget for the fiscal year 2023. According to the Honorable Minister's statement, the projections, let me start from the actuals of 2022, the outturn was 30%. And then I would have loved to see that there is actually a judicious spending or projection in terms of factoring that most of the revenue that have been estimated for the fiscal year 2022, only 30%, the outturn was just 30%. And this factor this issue would have been factored in our projections for 2023. But it appears to be the contrary, because we are spending more and banking on the support of donor funding as well, and the outturn of which might not be favorable as well. So let me start with the report on the Public Finance Account Committee by ministries. I seize the opportunity to thank the committee as well. You would notice that there is an addition on the recommendation of the committee. There is an addition of 59 million. An honorable member of Salum has elaborated on this, that the issues of vehicles for security sectors and all those things have not been added. The committee looked into this matter that he has raised, that over time, the security sector we have not really invested in our security sector the way we should. And there are serious gaps in terms of that affects their operations and their well-being in all the security sectors. And that's why you will notice the addition of 59 million. And then this 59 million includes these vehicles you are talking about. Patrol vehicles for the Army, a Navy crash boat for the Navy, and all the materials that we cannot openly explain here. But they are crucial in the operations of our security sector. Because, security is expensive. But if you think it's expensive, try insecurity and see. Try insecurity. Just on the heels of this November 11, every Gambian was worried. That shows how volatile we are, because we are in a volatile sub-region. So it calls for more expenditure to strengthen the capacity of our security forces, our security sectors, to enable them to provide us the necessary security we need in our homes and in our communities. That is why we've looked into this matter critically to ensure that, in fact, we cannot address all their issues this actual year. So in facets, these things you have seen will go marginally in addressing some of the critical issues they are facing now. And I implore on all members to consider this addition in the expenditure of the security sector. It includes both the army. This one is for the defense, and if you notice also in the interior, you will notice an addition of 123,200,000. This also has been critically looked at based on the tools they need in the various regions. There are regions in this country without police vehicles, without necessary gadgets that help them to provide the security that the Gambian people need. It's pathetic, and it's something that needs the intervention of this august body to ensure that we address those issues. Like I said, the amount might be colossal for some of you, but it doesn't go halfway solving some of the issues we have now, because it has been many years that we've not invested in security the way we should have. So cumulatively, we've gathered a lot of issues along the way. So it is necessary that we consider, this includes the police, the prison officials, the prison police, the fire service, and the immigration departments. In all issues concerning their affairs have been looked at, and we have other committees that have also gone on tour, like human rights, who have gone to prisons and police detention, police stations, and they have seen how those conditions have to be addressed.
May I observe you, please? May I observe you, please?
No, allow me time. There's a lot of people are on the queue, so I'm sorry for that. So that addition is necessary. We want to implore all honorable members to consider the security sector seriously. On the local government, Minister of Regional Governance, Lands, IEC, and Ombudsman, the committee has done, according to the report, there are reallocations to areas that require serious attention. And I implore on this August gathering to consider those ones. If you look at the addendum, you will notice that the deductions are added to other areas, items, in the local regional governance ministry. And these are very critical to the functioning of the regional governance in this country. Issues like land commission. We've seen a lot of challenges with regard to boundaries in this country. We don't even know where Carnival Municipal Council stops, and we don't even know where West Coast starts. And this has, caused a lot of conflicts between these regions in terms of where their jurisdiction ends. And the ministry wants to embark on a major, demarcation between regions and communities, so that to address these land disputes holistically. And there is this national planning board, which is responsible in implementing the national development plan, to various regions and other things, and then this requires that we reallocate some of these areas to this very important thing. And the planning authorities, in each governor's office, there is what is called planning authorities, chaired by the governor, and then their operational cost has not been captured. We deem it necessary to ensure that their works are not disrupted. That is why you will notice that. And then they are responsible of administering all land approvals, land issues pertaining to their regions. You will notice that also. And there is this Senegalo Boundary Commission. This is important. This is an international commission that we share between Gambia and Senegal, and they are working on the international boundaries across the country in wherever we share boundaries with Senegal. And this is why this is all critical matters as far as the ministry is concerned, and we implore on you to consider this thing. We have been very judicious in our. You can see all the courts we've done within the Deputy Ministry, and then plowed back in these various things. And I know the honourable members will consider it seriously. In terms of health, like somebody has alluded to. After this acute kidney injury issue, we know that there is need for a national laboratory service. And then we have been informed by the ministry, by the Minister for Health, that already there is a commitment from World Bank to provide the national laboratory service. Now, before that happens, what do? We know that we need materials to provide for those testings in-house. The buildings are there, the facility is there. What do? We need to equip it. We need to equip it well. So that's why it was important to reallocate some of these areas to buy materials that are needed for these lab testings. All the testings that we have paid a lot of money to do these testings in Senegal, Ghana, and other countries, it could have been done here if the materials are provided. So we have the opportunity now to do that. We ensure that we provide those materials to ensure that in the future, all the drugs that are coming here, the National Medicine Control Agency should be able to test all these drugs before we give it to our community. This is very important. And we ensure that we do those things. All the areas in the Ministry of Health, the additions in our budgets, considering the national insurance scheme, have been underfunded. And this, I thought the Ministry for Finance would have checked on this. I think maybe it's an oversight. And that is why you will see the addition on this, because this is a national program that has been coming. I don't know how it escaped the ministry that that serious area was underfunded to reach us to bilateral. It should have been factored from the initial state. And that's why you see it in the health budget as well. In the area of agriculture, the minister informed us that they want to recover, the economy to recover, and to do this, you want to concentrate in service sectors like agriculture. But when you really look at the budget, and you expect agriculture to develop by 1.6%, I would think that when we want agriculture to be the engine of our growth, our development should not be 1.6%. We should project for something bigger, and that will require we invest more in agriculture. So when you say it's a government's priority, and you come to look at less than 2% of our budget is invested in agriculture, you tend to see a contradiction with what the minister is saying and what is actually in the budget. Because I don't want to believe that when a government is serious and you said you want to prioritize agriculture, you have to relegate that responsibility of investing in agriculture and depend on donor funding. Because you looking back into history, many years ago, we have a lot of donor funding in this country. But it appears that people of this country do not take donor funds seriously. Most projects have come with millions, but what have it gained us? What impact has it done for us in terms of rice, in terms of vegetable cultivation, all sectors? Agriculture has benefited a lot of projects since the First Republic. So it's about time the government took serious steps in investing our own Gambian money. Because when these projects come, they come with certain conditions. You buy vehicle, the fuel consumption. By the time the project, 50% of the project money is going into this recurrence. And at the time the project will phase out, you don't see the benefit. And the worst thing, if they phase out, they die. The project dies. Because government has never taken in ownership since in the beginning of the project. Because you can take ownership when your money is there. When your money is not there, how can you take ownership? So we should stop that culture of giving all our priority areas in agriculture to donor fund. For donors to take us seriously, we should put our own local government fund in this. So that the donors know that Gambians themselves are serious in agriculture. If we not do that, donors will not take us seriously, and we will still have that 30%. Next year, God forbid, it can be less than what you've projected this year. What happens if the turnout is less than 30% or is the same amount? It means agriculture will be underfunded. Because most of the funds we want to invest in agriculture, we are depending on donor funding. I don't think this is correct. So I would recommend this August body, the amount that for agriculture that is put on the centralized budget to be transferred to the Ministry of Agriculture. Why keep it in the centralized budget if it's meant for agriculture? Let's take it to agriculture, let them deal with their budget. Why project something for agricultural development and still hide it from them and put it in the centralized government, centralized budget? It's incorrect. And when it comes to accessing those funds, the cash allocation is a problem. So we should begin by investing hugely in agriculture. I think that is what we should have done. In the area of foreign affairs, it's still the same. We're saying revenue expenditure is low. We are projecting the next year, we don't expect this year turnover is low, and then we are spending more recurrent. Because opening the embassy is recurrent. How can we spend three other? Yes, people can say, yes, we are receiving support from Germany, we are receiving from Germany, Japan. They're all true. Japan has been very supportive to the Gambia government. Germany has ever been since in the First Republic. But we have never had, when they were supporting us, we have never had embassies there. That do not stop them supporting us. So we cannot say that's a precondition. They've never given that as a precondition to assist us. Are they the one asking us to build embassies there so that they can support us? We need to know that. But for us, for me, Germany has invested a lot of money in this country when we never had embassies there. So that cannot be a reason, and they can continue to support us if we have a proper bilateral with them. Likewise, Japan. So if we said we want to cut expenses, invest more, and then we are still opening more embassies, which becomes a huge burden on our recurrent expenditure. What's the rationale? Where is the rationale? I ask, where is the rationale? So these are issues when it comes to policy issues that contradicts, the policy statements and the real actions, how they contradict each other. So we should minimize the way we are spending. We have tight physical expenditures so that into areas that can boost our economy. For me, I have no problem government projecting up to 1 billion in agriculture. Not just to give them money and they spend it on recurrent. No, it has to be based on programs. It is based on programs. Why is foreign affairs going up and agriculture is coming down? And you say you want to develop. Foreign affairs is going up, agriculture is coming down, and you say it's a priority. Are you not contradicting yourself? We said we want youth development, and then youth development budget last year is still cut. It's still cut. And if the youths are the engines, are the future leaders of this country, are the engines of this country, we should invest more in them. I want to see more budgets in youths, in agriculture. So you cannot say, because we have funding agencies or for other these things, they should find us ready to commit ourselves in those very, very ministries. So these are some of the things. So we should be ready to invest more in sectors that can drive, that can develop the Gambia for the future. You cannot depend on aid. Aid does not develop any country. Since independence, African countries have been receiving aid upon aid. Anytime they receive aid, they are thinking of how to get another aid. This should stop. We should look, we have resources. Human beings are resources. And then we should stop telling our people that government is for free. This culture should stop. Gambia is spending a lot of money on health, and we still continue making our people believe health should be free. It's free nowhere. Nowhere. We should have to stop that because of political expediency and tell the people the truth. We cannot be spending health, and even if your child is born, you have a child at the hospital, you don't expect to spend anything. But you go and spend 30,000 on the naming ceremony of that child. You go and spend 20,000 on Nyaka Boyol and other things. No, I pass it, don't know me. I will not say it again. So some of the things we have to redirect and raise the consciousness of the Gambian people to know that we are self-resources. You are the resource. You cannot expect to lavish all the resources we have and expect outsiders to come. So if the hospitals are not generating money, how do you expect us, government, to continue to put billions in health sector? And we expect everything to go free like that. It's not possible anywhere in this country, in this world. Even the developed worlds are not doing it. How come third world countries are doing it? It's because we are doing it to be elected into office continuously. And this is wrong. We end up into debt every time. So the second thing is the issue of the parliament allocating budget lines. I don't know how important it is, because sometimes we allocate budget lines, and that's not stopping ministries doing environment. And the worst thing, we don't do environment for important. They don't do environment for important issues. We do environment for travel expenses. Go look some ministries and see where they are wired. They take it to traveling expenses. It becomes more than 150% higher than what National Assembly in fact approved. It is there. Go check. I will not name ministries. So even in the office of the president, 10 million was approved, but they end up while 43 million in environment. That was even more than, how many percent more than what they themselves have approved for, they have projected for Parliament to approve. Parliament approved 10 million for tour, presidential tour. President is now going on tour. 43 million is spent. And not only that, if you go to defense, you see it. You say, let me name it. I can name them. So it does not say any judicious efforts to curtail our rate of expenditure. So in a nutshell, I believe we should work towards reducing our recurrence. Let's work towards reducing our recurrence, like some other honorable members are saying, and invest more into development. If you look at all this budget line, all the ministries, look at what is for recurrent and look at what is for development. Some you have 78% recurrent, 30-something% development. Some will have 96%, or the others are service sectors, police and others. But others, they can generate revenue. Why are you not developing in those sectors, in their ministries, to enable them to generate revenue, so that we minimize the recurrence, even balance it? So I think, let me cut it here so that I can. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Talinding Kunjang. I now invite the Honorable Member for Lower Badibu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, I want to start my deliberation by thanking the FPAC for the wonderful job that they did, because on that day some of us, of course, went home very early. They spent the whole night here. I would also want to thank Honorable Minister, as well as the journalists and the security that are here present. Honorable Speaker, my concern on this budget is on 3 key areas, namely agriculture, health, and education. Honorable Minister, you may put me right if I'm wrong. You did mention that the objective of 2023 budget is on 3 key areas, namely to put more emphasis on economic recovery. 2, to focus on priority areas. And 3, to reduce unnecessary spending. These are the 3 key areas that were mentioned when we were on our retreat over there at the hotel. Honorable Speaker, the 3 proposed diplomatic missions in Europe, namely Sweden, Germany, and Japan, should be deferred until the time that Gambia is ready for it. Considering the present economic situation of our country, I don't think now is the right time to open 3 diplomatic missions abroad. To me, those areas are, of course, misplaced priorities. I have my reasons. You all know that the current situation, not only in the Gambia, globally, is serious. I was listening to the president 2 days ago. He said farmers complained to him that the high cost of living. If you look at the price of rice and other basic commodities that we use here in the Gambia, of course, the prices are skyrocketing. This is due to the economic situation around the world. And the president did mention that they've ordered rice from India, but still it is yet to arrive in the Gambia. India, I heard, have stopped the exportation of rice to certain countries, in which, of course, Gambia is part of. If that is the case, I think all that we need to do is, of course, to focus on our agriculture, to give priority to agriculture. Government should invest heavily on agriculture. With that, I think we're going to fight hunger in this country. There are areas that, of course, in Gambia we have opportunities. If you go to other countries, Europe, Finland, the nature of land area in Finland is not conducive for agriculture. Why? Because it's full of mountains. But here in the Gambia, we have the nature of land area in the Gambia is, of course, flat. Agriculture is highly, we can do it here unless we don't have what we call modern farming materials. I'm urging the government, Honorable Minister, please consider agriculture. The bulk of Gambian people are farmers. Agriculture used to be the backbone of our economy, but today, if you should tell me agriculture is the backbone of our economy, I would say no. It's dying. Agriculture, instead of going forward, is now going backward. Why? Because the government, not only this government, the previous governments failed to invest heavily into agriculture. It was only Jamia regime who, of course, try and invest something into agriculture. But when this present government came, what did we do? So, tractors were, of course, sold. And these were the things which, of course, our farmers were using. Look, it is time for us to tell each other the truth, as parliamentarians and Gambians as well. Agriculture we need to know, government needs to invest into modern farming materials. And of course, by importing high-yield seeds, we don't know, we got to food self-sufficient. But what is happening in the Gambia is, of course, subsistence farming, which, of course, cannot do nothing for us. Nothing, subsistence farming. We need to, of course, go in for commercial farming so that we can also export to other countries. With that, of course, we're going to realize what we are looking for. Or if not, Gambia will remain how it is. And that is not good for us and the unborn generations. If you come to health, it was mentioned by previous speakers. This is another pathetic area in our country. It was just up recent that we saw we've lost some of our kids. Of course, some said those medicines who were imported in this country were not tested. But I will Honorable Minister, I will urge you to make sure you look for a machine. Let the government go in for a testing machine for whatever medicines that you are to bring into this country. I heard that it was 2 days ago, a vehicle was, of course, caught by some security personnel in Fonyi with fake medicines into the Gambia. Is that not pathetic? This, we need to put a stop to it. I think all of us should be security personnel. We should not look at this money like how the way shareholders used to do. Money, if you want to follow money, we're going to have a problem in our country. From that to one of the key areas, that is education. We all know what is happening in our education, especially the public schools. Schools have been divided into two here in the Gambia. You have private and public. All of our public schools, there are lack of textbooks in our schools, Honorable Minister. And we cannot learn without having these textbooks. You and I have an opportunity to send our kids to private schools. But how about those poor farmers back at home? Do they have that opportunity? They don't have that opportunity. And they should also have equal opportunity, like you and I. So I am urging the government to invest heavily in education as well. We had, of course, a session with the permanent secretary here. No. There are so many things like in education. If you go to my area, there are schools that were, of course, brought down by that windstorm. Still now, those schools are yet to be repaired. Why? 2 years now, Honorable Speaker. It's pathetic. It's shameful. And there are schools even within the greater Banjul area, Serekunda, within Kanifing area. If you go to those schools, they don't have furniture. They don't have furniture. I can even mention schools in that area. Still, some children are sitting on mats. I mentioned, go to your village. It's one of them, your village. Where you hail from? Honorable Speaker, I think more should be given to these three areas that I have mentioned, namely health, agriculture, and education. With that, then we can reach to the promised land. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Lower Badibu. I now call on the Honorable Member for Banjul North. He's out. I now call on the Honorable Member for Central Badibu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to join my colleagues to contribute in this important debate. Honorable Speaker, before I come to the submission made by FPAC Chair, I would like to make a quotation from the statement made by the Honorable Minister. The fiscal year 2023 promises to be transformational as the global economic outlook is increasingly uncertain. It will be challenging, and despite the gloomy clouds associated with Russia-Ukraine war, our 2023 national budget can place us on the path to becoming a highly resilient and productive economy. Honorable Speaker, by looking at the report led by FPAC, is far contrary to the statement made by Honorable Minister. Honorable Speaker, our mandate as Parliament is to scrutinize the budget and bail out our country. And all the committees made their engagement with the various ministries. And we know that we are at a crossroad as far as our economy is concerned. I expected us to reduce the deficit, 4 billion. But the report didn't show that. The report instead tells us that we need adjustment. And we are all speaking for our ministries, particularly committees that have direct ministries. Some MPs are speaking as if they are the ministers, in fact, defending a budget. But that's not our responsibility here. Our responsibility is to look at what is possible at this moment. Honorable Speaker, looking at the report, the chair, the mover, highlighted that in scrutinizing the various budget agencies, FPAC considered reducing the budget deficit of 4 billion. But I don't see it. It's not reflected. It's a very good statement, introduction. But if you go to the details, the submission made by committees and FPAC as a committee, I didn't see it. I could fully remember last year in this humble house, FPAC went through the budget lines and made some savings and submitted to this house. So what have you worked, FPAC, towards reducing the deficit? I look at it, this is what I'm saying. I haven't seen it. We have seen where you cut from ministries and send it to other ministries. But the deficit,
observation, Honorable Speaker. He has allowed me to observe him. He's asking, he has not seen where FPAC actually has cut. I think if you look at the Excel sheet, that...
Say where you have cut. I said the deficit.
That's what you're saying.
Okay.
In totality, Honorable Speaker, you will see that overall, FPAC is able to make a recommendation where we reduce the deficit by over 150 million. It's here in black and white. The first one is the National Assembly. We recommend for the National Assembly budget to be cut by 56 million. We also made a recommendation for the budget of the judiciary to be cut by 37,500,000. We also made a recommendation for the budget, and in fact, we have agreed with these institutions. The budget of the Independent Electoral Commission to be cut by 16 million. We've also agreed with the NAO for their budget to be cut by 49 million. So FPAC actually has done their part as far as this is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. The report that you have sent to us, that you have shared to us, is nowhere stated. I can still stand confirm. This order is, let me come. The other report that you have submitted, the deductions that you have made, I'm telling you that doesn't reflect on it. You cut it from National Assembly. Which budget line of National Assembly did you cut? It's not explained to us. It's in bulk. Yes. When it's time for you to come and reply, you can. But we are not sure. We don't see it, Honorable Speaker. We have to be informed. What we are telling you, we have to be informed where you make your cuttings. From which budget line of National Assembly? Do we know whether it's our oversight functions? We are not informed. This is what I'm telling you. Even it is indicated that you have done reduction from National Assembly, but which part of National Assembly? Honorable Speaker, coming to our allowances and our salaries as National Assembly. All the National Assembly members are complaining or making alarm about their constituencies and health, education, and other sectors. But now, if we should increase your salary, my salary, his salary, her salary, allowances, and we talk of a critical moment in our economy, is it realistic? Honorable Speaker, the ministers, during the budget revision, ministers wanted to increase their salaries by 30%. We stood here and said no. Instead, it was allowances. I want to ask the Honorable Minister, with your permission, Honorable Speaker, to tell us, did they actually adjusted their salaries or allowances, and what are they up to now in this budget? We need to know, because we cannot just say we are in a problem, because that's where we can get the solutions. The solutions will not fall from the sky. It's within the budget that we can meander and try to find out solutions. Because there is nowhere we can make savings. All the committees are saying, if there is saving, we take it to my committee, if there is saving, good. But where can we save? We need to be told. Honorable Speaker, coming to the office of the President, we are seeing advisors being increased. And last budget, we said it's not realistic. We struggle hard. This year again, you are coming up with another burden to the economy. Are you suffocating the budget or helping the budget? It's all geared to get towards political compensations, and we have to be realistic. It's not realistic with the budget. Don't try to suffocate our budget with things that are not realistic. Honorable Speaker, coming to the President's store to the farmers, it's a constitutional requirement, at least once in a year. You catapult it to 10 million. Look at the gap. That could be done by President and some of the technocrats to go and meet the farmers and know their concerns, and we find solutions to these problems. But no, we make it a political jamboree. Are we serious as nation builders? No. I know someone will be sitting down. If Suleiman is there, he will do the same. Try me, you see whether I will do the same. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, coming to Independent Electoral Commission, the report shows that there is a deduction. And we know that we are going into local government election. Both our councillors and our mayors and our chairpersons are going in for election. So what is the justification for you to reduce this budget line? We need to be told. Can you explain to us? I'm not saying you increase. My question is, why are you reducing it? Honorable, don't be defensive, please. Please, you are violating our standing order. When a member is talking, please maintain decorum. Honorable Speaker, coming to Ministry of Finance, the deduction made by FPAC, I believe that they can do more, or we can do more. We can still look into Ministry of Finance and make good savings in order to respond to some of the needs. Honorable Speaker, centralized services also, I still believe we can dip our hand into it and make good savings. Because once we are not bold enough to make some cuttings, we cannot help certain ministries or institutions. It's obvious. And Maputo Protocol stated very clearly that agriculture must have what? 10%. Agriculture must have 10%. And what do we have in our budget? Let's ask ourselves. Health, the same. The Abuja Declaration says 15%. What do we have in our budget? Honorable Speaker, the health budget, we want to see testing machine in that budget line. Even if donors are going to provide it for you, we want to see the national commitment towards it. No matter how small the token will be, the people will know that this assembly is serious to fight a problem. Our innocent children died of a disease that is not yet, in fact, established, the cause. But according to the minister, they don't have a machine to test. It caused them trouble. So we are at a problem. Now we are trying to fix a problem. What should stop the minister to prioritize those machines? But instead, what do we see in the budget? Rehabilitation of what? Centers there and there. No. We need to make, a priority and make history at that side. That will be history now. But every year, the same budget style. The budget is not citizen-friendly. The budget is not, tailored in a way to promote services in this country. The budget is not generating any extra fund. The budget is suppressed. It's really suppressed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, going to the statement of the minister, 2023 budget estimate has been prepared based on the objectives of continued recovery and building an inclusive and resilient economy. To this end, the draft estimate is anchored on renewed commitment to strengthen domestic resource mobilization to support the provision of quality essential services in agriculture, education, health, and infrastructure. But these are the areas that are butchered in our budget. We talk of Hakala Road. We talk of Chia Road. These are not new roads. These are existing roads. Because, I could remember it's now almost 3 years there is a budget allocation to Hakala. So it's a continuation. But when shall we see that road to be completed? The budget should determine it. You cannot give contractors contract at the end of the day, they don't get their money. They are not paid on time. These are all challenges. These are all challenges that we are facing. I know for certain development has to take place, but it has to be calculated. Honorable Speaker, Russia-Ukraine war is a global issue, but we have a lot of issues within our own country that we don't put it into consideration. That also can affect our economy and our progress. Gambia is without a new constitution. It's a threat to our economy. Some will wonder how. Because it's the constitution that should guide us how to become democratic and how to be self-reliant. Our constitution that we have is not the constitution that can do that, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, COVID-19 is still an issue stressed by the minister, which is evident. But what are we doing as a government in order to combat future occurrences of diseases? The budget should be able to tell us. Do you have funds for emergencies in case we have other pandemic in the country? No, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, youth. We always talk about youth. But the budget is not youth friendly. And whenever we say youth, people think that it's only about Ministry of Youth and Sports. No. Ministry of Trade, we need to see the budget to create employment for the youths. And the budget, as you can see, for trade and employment is small to provide any employment for any Gambian. So what kind of budget are we looking at? I believe we will all put on our lens when we reach to the committee stage, and let us cut where it is necessary and place it at the right ministries for us to feel development, for us to feel the statement made by the minister. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, coming to basic and secondary education. Yes, the government of the day, in collaboration with partners, built schools, almost all the regions, through MRC Holland Foundation. But there are more schools, there are communities which have their own schools, school initiations. They use local materials, they sit on mats, 21st century Gambian children. Where can we cut in the budget to save them? It's all possible. The minister has done what he's supposed to do. And now we have a responsibility towards the budget. Let's sharpen our knife to cut and save those innocent children. Honorable Speaker, looking at fisheries, these are industries or areas that can bring something to the economy. But are we investing into it? We need to invest into fisheries so that our economy can go. Honorable member of Lower Salum made it very clear here. We made an agreement to this parliament. The agreement should be mutual. But the best fish in this country is taken away. And they are good for our bodies too, for nutrition. We also want to remain healthy and strong. So, but if you are taking all your fish out, because of, I don't know what kind of agreement is that, or you allow foreigners to come and dominate your river or your water side, it's sad, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, our women, who are the backbone of our society, are not felt in this budget. How? Because these are agriculturists, these are subsistence farmers, but they are not secured. Their agricultural products are not secured. There is no storage facilities for them. So we just have a budget to pay people salaries, to work in ministries. But there is nothing like, value added to our economy, Honorable Speaker. And these are the areas that Gambia can also beat her chest and say, now we are going to make sure that we have food security. Climate change is real. The budget must be designed in a way that Gambia must be ready to fight against climate change. It's not about what we receive at the end of the day, but how our economy grows. We don't need to become economists to know whether this budget is citizen friendly. The budget needs to be really looked at, and we promote ownership. It's not about Joe, it's not about NPP, it's not about GDP, it's not about any political party that you can think of in coffee, but it's about the Gambia. So let's all come together and do justice to the budget and make sure our people there, they know we are representing them. Honorable Speaker, I hope at the end of the day, austerity measures will be taken to look at the staffing condition of the country, certain institutions. It's in fact, it will be recommended to lay off some people if they are not functional. Rather than keeping them at institutions, we are paying them salaries and they are playing, similar roles. So we need to look at that. Honorable Speaker, coming to the embassies, it's good that we have embassies. We have been hearing the outcry of Gambians in Germany, Italy, Spain, and all over. But Honorable Speaker, we said we don't have funds. We said we need to downsize our embassies. Why are we trying to expand them now? We need to have a quick answer to this fundamental question, Honorable Speaker. We can prioritize one for this budget session. Next budget session, we look into another embassy. But why 3 embassies at the same time, simultaneously? You want to make them operational and functional, and it goes with cost. It's not realistic, Honorable Speaker. It's not realistic at all. We are at a bailout situation. Let us act with smartness, with sincerity, and do what is doable, Honorable Speaker. It's not. We know our brothers are there. They are suffering. They are crying. But your own embassies that you have created, do you know the welfare of the people working there right now? Some are not having their school fees allowances. Some, they don't have health insurance. I think we need to look and improve on those services. I'm not saying that it's not good to invest into foreign diplomacy. Diplomacy is an institution that needs to be empowered. But we are at a bailout situation at this material time. Let's see the existing ones. What can they do? What can they bring to our economy? We need to find out. We need to make, analysis. We need to do a need assessment of some of the embassies. What is their performance? How much income? What have they generated for this country for the past 5 years? We need to do updates on that. We need to be informed. We need to be informed. We know that it's good to have them. But are they living up to expectation? Honorable Speaker, it's not time for compensation. It's time to deliver. It's time to deliver. If you want to compensate people to be at the embassies, to create these embassies for that, it's not good for the economy. It's not good for the economy. And we must acknowledge the fact that now is not the right time. Let's try to build our economy. If we have enough funds, then we can expand. It's very simple. You have $100 in your pocket, you want to buy an article of $1,000. Can you do it? It's not affordable. You don't have the purchasing power. At the end of the day, honorable member of telling them rightly mentioned, you will come back to us with another budget, supplementary budget. Because, no, let's not take 10 steps forward and 20 steps backward. Let's do it once and for all, and we all support the economy to grow. Honorable Speaker, this is what I have. And I want us to look at National Assembly budget carefully. Charity begins at home. Charity begins at home. Let's look at our budget. If you don't want to make savings from National Assembly, where can you make savings from? So let us not only talk and we don't mean our words. CDF, we put it in the budget. Did we realize it this year? It's not realized. We don't have it. And it's a law. So because we are in a crisis. So why should we try to increase the burden to put things in the budget that are not realistic for us and other institutions? They are just there to be, because most of the ministers are saying we cannot access our budget line there is not finished. It's not there. You don't put it in the basket, you want to get it from the basket. Is that possible? It's not. So I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Central Badibu. I now invite the Honorable nominated member, Deputy Speaker, Honorable C.D. Eskenjai.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also want to contribute in the debate on the consolidated report by FPAC and the estimate. Honorable Speaker, as highlighted by the mover of the motion, that we are operating on a deficit of 4 billion. And what can be done to mitigate the growing economic trouble that the country is undergoing? Honorable Speaker, when you look at the Ministry of Agriculture, it's the biggest or the largest employer. It talks about all farmers in the country and what they do, their work, we directly and indirectly benefit. And others indicated they also contribute directly to our welfare. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Agriculture have a lot of projects under it, from colonial era to the First Republic, and we are now in the Second Republic. The Honorable Minister and government should come up with policies. We have policies, we talk about prudence and macroeconomic policies, management of our finances, and also putting a lot of resources in the productive sector. It is one sector that could really help this country and bail us out from our economic trouble, not only in the Gambia, but in the world. From colonial era to now, if you are to quantify the millions of dollars that has been pumped into the Ministry of Agriculture through projects, through grants, through loans, and as well as through GLF, and you want to go to the ground and look at those projects that the Ministry of Agriculture or government or Gambian pioneers, and with a very nice programs, budgeting, and convincing instruments and policies. When you go there, for example, in the area of rice productions, in the area of value chain, in the area of improving yields, when you ask them, you have hundreds of millions of dollars over the last 20 years. But you cannot see a trace of a dime. A trace of a dime. The Minister of Finance and government should really focus and look at, to recast the Ministry of Agriculture's programs and projects with view of improving yields, productions, and productivity. Everybody talks about the land is arable, is friendly for agriculture. We talk about the swampy, the entire country is full of water. And what is wrong with the Ministry of Agriculture or with us as a government and as a people and as a country? That close to 60 years, we cannot have a very sustainable and productive project, at least one that could look at productions in rice production, productivity, so that it will minimize the level of millions or billions of dollars the government spends annually on subsidies and importations of rice and other foods into the country. We need to look at this. It's not about agriculture need another $1 billion, but can we look at, is that going to be sustainable? Is that going to be judicious? Is that the interest of the country? Is that what we continue to see pump these millions and millions of dollars to the Ministry of Agriculture, and they'll continue to earn, to get millions of dollars in return in their projects, but not it. You go to Jahali Pacha, you go to Janjambure, you go to CRR, LRR, North Bank. You can't see anything. We cannot rely on aid, we cannot rely on importation of rice when we can do it here. When we get serious people into those serious positions, we get serious money, and that we think we are serious, we need serious business, and in the next 2 years, we want to reduce the volumes of rice importation in this country, we can do it. It's not about sitting down here and say we need to give them billions of dollars. We need to look at that area, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Member for Talinding Kunjang constituency made a very important submission on this mission. I subscribe to his submission, but not in total. In Germany, for instance, Gambians, because you know, we are representative of the people. When we go to our houses, our homes, and Gambian complain, the whole of Germany, that area, we do not have any mission there. And from colonial to now, they have been contributing meaningfully to the socio-economic development of this country, especially in the area of fisheries and water resources. They have contributed immensely. At the time when we had no representative in that area. Now there are thousands of Gambians around that they have serious problem of migrations or laws and other documentations. We need Gambians to go into that area and help the people that we represent. And also we need Gambians to go there and impact positively in increasing Germany's contribution towards our socio-economic development of this country. If they are giving us $10, if you have serious people in Germany there at the embassy, they should be able to get us $30 as per against what is spent on whether recurrent or development in the embassies in there. In the Sweden, Scandinavians, the Gambians complain every day. There is no representatives. And we could do much. You see, I agree that there need to be prudence in our spending. And we need to prioritize. But getting a mission in Germany and Sweden and in Japan every year they give us millions of dollars in grant. We should be able to get people there in addition to getting our people, but to maximize that we've been benefiting from Germany, from Sweden, and from Japan. Every year they have a grant. And they allocate it to a special account, and they indicated which area they want to support through their rights. It could be triple, it could be quadruple, in fact. So, Honorable Member, I agree with you, but on that part, I think we should look at that. When you look at the consolidated FPAC report, some members talk about critical sectors in our society: agriculture, health, education, defense. And now members of the National Assembly are including infrastructure, because each member of the National Assembly want to see improved in road and communications in their areas. That's why infrastructure is key, road infrastructure. The Ministry of Defense, when you look at it on the consolidated report, it includes the Gambian forces, the Gambian National Army, the Republican National Guard, and the Navy. The Human Rights Committee of the National Assembly and the Standing Committee on Defense and Security embarked on a nationwide tour on oversight on all our securities. And the Ministry of Interior includes the Gambia Police Force, the Gambia Prison Services, the Gambia Fire and Rescue Services, the Gambia Immigration Department, the Drug Law Enforcement Agency. And these two committees, the Human Rights Committees, the Standing Committee on Defense and Security, embark on an oversight from Banjul to the eastern part of the country. We have seen in a situation where a whole region, for the maintenance of internal security, the world is now being engulfed into both external and internal aggressions, and no country would want to try insecurity. When you go to regions, for example, in URR or LRR or North Bank or CRR, the entire region, you will see the internal security, that's the Gambia Police Force, they have only one vehicle. In some regions, they have no operational vehicles. Are we serious? Do we mean business in terms of security, securing our country? You go to all these police stations or these security institutions, they deal with secret documents. But even printers, to print out these things, they have to go to internet cafes and to print this. We have our men and women in uniform who work, some of them for 5 years, some of them for 10 years. The government could not provide them with uniforms. And it's very expensive. When it's raining, they are under the rain. When it's so hot, they are under the sun. When we need, we think, we anticipate, or there's commotion, we ask them to go. How do they do that when they don't have the required materials and resources? We cannot do it alone. But we have internal security. We know sometime in the Upper River region, you go to Fatoto, you go to the Abugu, you go to the Fonyi Belt, the North Bank Belt, remember the Sare Parties and others. There are a lot of intrusions, gangs robbing and, armed robbers, taking ruminants, cattle, and we know all those things. And it's the responsibility to the maintenance of internal security rested in the Ministry of Interior, the Gambia Police Force, and they have an armed wing. We don't have the required material and equipment to quell in those kind of things. At a very tight and a difficult condition, they are doing that. So therefore, the need to get some materials and equipment for the Gambia Police Force to enable them perform their constitutional mandate of internal security. That is key. And among that, Honorable Member for Lower Salva, I can assure you, we also looked at, because, for example, the Gambia Police Force are telling us that they needed 129 vehicles to get each police station a vehicle. But we cannot do it. We don't have the resources. We don't have. But are we serious in getting them vehicles in the next 10 years or in the next 5 years to say we will be able to provide them with 100 vehicles or 50 vehicles? By saying every year we provide them 6 vehicles or 3 vehicles. It's our interest. It's our collective responsibility to do that. Before we get monies on certain areas that are not priority, and we do not want to prioritize security, we do not want to prioritize health, we do not want to prioritize agriculture, we do not want to prioritize education. We need to rethink and recast, redirect, and reorganize our budget. The Gambia Prison Service, we have inmates who are us, our families, our constituents, both in Mile 2 and in Janjamure, as well as Joshua. And the Human Rights Committee visited them, and us we visited. Over the last years, the Ministry of Interior has been crying out for prisoner vans. Every year they would want to demand 3 or 4. You are telling me we cannot get them 2 prisoner vans to escort inmates to and from court. That is more secure, safe for them. The Gambia Prison Service, their allowances, you have prison officers in Janjambure who will travel with inmates to Mansakonko or Basse, spend 2 nights, 3 nights. As a minister, as a member of the National Assembly, before I travel, I am paid. And if I'm not paid my allowance, I won't travel, I will not leave. We want to allow these young prison officers with minimal resources, salaries. They go there, you don't give them accommodation, and you don't pay them allowance. When they return, their claim are sent to Banjul and to the Minister of Finance. For 6 months, 8 months, they don't get it. That's a joke. We are joking. We are joking. We are joking. That is very sad. These are the things that we need to look at. On fire and rescue service, everybody we don't know whether it's my house tomorrow that will be engulfed in fire or yours. Gambia Fire and Rescue Service, go and visit. I want to be members for Serekunda, go and visit their station in Serekunda. Go to their headquarters, or go to Brikama. The whole of the region, the officer in charge, he doesn't have even a chair and a desk to sit down. The entire Kanifing region, they don't have furniture. And all of us, from June to September or October, it's a river in Serekunda. We see every day. Can we for one think about how could we mitigate that? You cannot tell me you cannot allocate 5 million or 6 million to reclaim that and then concrete, give them befitting and give them furniture. They have communications. They don't have even one, everything is zero. You look at the budget of Gambia Prison, Fire and Rescue Service, it's cut and paste every day. And to them, we think it's so important. The chief fire officer, who is head of unit, he goes to work with a pickup, the scrap pickup. We are not serious. We are not serious. Defense and security under defense, the Ministry of Defense, it is our responsibility to preserve and safeguard our defense installations, our defense materials. They have over 10 plus 2 guard posts, 10 military barracks in the country. They are not fenced. And the order we have identified 4 that are the borders line with Senegal, the southern part, Casamas. You allow them to come in and see and know what is your security trend, your strength, your defense strength. It's pathetic. They are food and food services. Our brothers and sisters are the members of the Gambia Armed Forces. They are members of the defense, the members of the police, of the prison, of the Gambia Immigration Department. There is no country in the world that means serious business will joke with its internal and external security. We agree. The Gambia is a peaceful country, but we are in the midst of turbulent region. And we have Al-Qaeda in Mali here. Here. We have the rebels in Casamas. We saw the insurgent. The Gambia Armed Forces have to, that budget was not the operating cost, but they had to go. The Commander-in-Chief asked them to go and deploy. They had no resources. That is why the Standing Committee on Defense and Security, we looked at it. The Gambian Navy, they are also contributing to the revenue generation of this country, because when they patrol, if they found some ships or boats are illegally fishing, or they are against the, in conflict with the laws in terms of fishing, and they arrest them and they generate funds. But none of their vessels have a radar. They don't have. They don't have the equipment. Even communication, they don't have. So that is why we looked at it. But we are unable to further costs at the Committee of Supply. Honorable Speaker, when you go to certain security and defense institutions, you will see tears. We went to a particular guard post, I don't want to mention. We have Gambian Armed Forces. In fact, they abandoned the building. The building almost collapsed. It could have killed them. And where they are is too busy, and they have, and this, the Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Defense, and their leadership have been crying for the welfare of their men. You have people on duties constantly, continuously. We want them to get to the barracks. We need to get them, we need to build them quarters in the military barracks. Building them quarters in their military barracks not only improve their condition in terms of the TACOS, terms and conditions of service of the Gambia Armed Forces, but also in regimentations. You are keeping them inside. You are keeping everybody in the barracks. In the event that something may, God forbid, happen, you can coordinate them easily. You just, one command, everybody is assembled. But when you don't do that, they are in town, you cannot bring them. You cannot bring them. And there is no defense and security that cannot have the materials and the equipment for our men and women in uniform. There are a lot of things but we looked at it seriously. You go to the whole of, sometimes you go to fire service. In Bara, they are fire tender, the vehicles, firefighter, 6 months, only batteries. 2 batteries of 200, how they call it? Arms, and 2 batteries of 88 arms, up to today. And we visited. We're not serious. If there's fire around that area, they cannot attend to it. Only batteries. Because they are neglected. Fire service is so important. So, Honorable Speaker, I really wanted to talk on these issues. I don't want to go to other areas so that members also. So what I was saying, we have 10 barracks that are not fenced. But there are 4 or 5 that are around the Casamas belt, for the region. It's important this, whatever we do, we prioritize only 4 or 3. We fence it for this 2023, and then we look at, because it will only, it will secure them, but also it will allow us to preserve what we have, whether it's good or not good. The other country, they will not be able to come around, look where they're looking for, fetching firewood or water, just to study what we have, the type of support weapons they have, or what material equipment we have. When it is secured, we have the perimeter fence, it will help to preserve our sovereign and our territorial and national territory and defense secrecy. It will preserve it. Honorable Speaker, I don't want to go to other areas, so I thought other members also will look at other areas. But on the FPAC, I think FPAC have done well to see that. I'm a member. I will also talk on that committee briefly. We had made some savings on the National Assembly, the Judiciary, the National Audit Office, and the Independent Electoral Commission. I am not so. I wouldn't want to go there, but when you talk about leadership of the Parliament. But as a Speaker of the National Assembly, it could be anybody. Today, we are members of the National Assembly. Yesterday, those who were here, they are not here today. They paved the way for other people to do, so that now that the 5th and 6th legislature bragging of being very effective in terms of oversight. You know, when you came in, you are bragging of being effective oversight. And you are saying some of us were rubber stamp. If you are not well enumerated, if there is no fund for those if oversight function, you will not be able to be effective. There are people maybe before us, they wanted to do more, but they could not. And as a speaker, for example, the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, not the person, you have the minister's basic salary more than a speaker who is third in command. It's not normal. Those are irregularities. Honorable Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I now invite honorable members. There are some people from the lower river region who are directly looking into my eyes. I ignored them. You know them. One half of lower river, the eastern part of lower river region. So we have some few speakers that I want us to complete, and then we will break out. Go for lunch and pray, and then come back. Because we have a long list, but we will be here to finish today, God willing. So I now invite the honorable member for Sami.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Thank you very much, honorable members, subject matter specialists, the clerk of the National Assembly. We thank you very much. You have done a very good job, plus the FPAC, for compiling all these reports. Honorable Speaker, I think Ministry of Justice should bring the draft budget. Should bring the Constitution, the draft Constitution. What we are discussing today is a very important, apart from the Constitution. None of our people know what we are saying. And when we are doing our campaign, we campaign on our local languages. Our people today, they don't know what we are saying. And this affects them directly, Honorable Speaker. What I saw on this budget book, when I saw it first, I said, I don't know what's happened. Because for 5 years, that has never happened. There are some sectors that are not there, if you look at the manpower budget. I was surprised when I saw it. I said, what's happened? And that has never happened, Honorable Speaker. And also, the various speakers have mentioned it, Honorable Speaker. This budget line, I think, furniture and fitting, I think now various committees, we should be visiting these offices. We should be visiting. It is our mandate. Every year, you increase this furniture and fitting. Furniture up. For new ministries, it's understandable, Honorable Speaker. Is it that every year they change these furnitures? No. This allocation should go somewhere else. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, any nation that wants to prosper must consider education. Must consider education. It's the key to success. It supplies all the personnel to all the departments. Before you become an agriculturist, you must go to school. Before you become a good doctor, you must go to school. You are trained to know how to do farming. If you are not trained, you will not know. So therefore, education, we should look at education. Honorable Speaker, when we met with them, what they submitted to Ministry of Finance, they were not giving that. And when I saw the recommendation from FPAC to say, yes, Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education, their budget is not touched. But you look at what was their original submission to finance. If you look at it, I have everything with me here. None. They cut. And that is what you see in the budget book. And I'm very sad when I saw that there is no increment for them. They should be increased. They have challenges. Remember, various speakers have said, even their SIG, before they have it, it takes time. The disbursement of it, it takes time. We are teachers, we know. We were in the system, we know what is there. And you see, you go to the lower basic school, textbook, Honorable Speaker, is an issue. How can our children learn? How can they learn when there is no textbooks? For various grades, we know. When I say there is no textbook, they are not enough because the ratio is 1:1. If that is not happening, that means that there is a problem. We know that MRC Holland is doing a lot in terms of, building schools and also staff quarters. But there are still problems in Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education. And the other ministry, higher education. These two ministries, they are very, very important. And when we make saving, we should give them. Higher education, there also, what FPAC gave us is 141 million. But if we look at their recurrent, what they are asking for, like this subvention for areas, UTG subvention for PE, what they gave them was 21 million. And they complain that is salary, that is PE. They complain that cannot take care. So what they are asking for, if they have 50 that can take care. Remember, these are salaries. MDI, 40 million. Gambia College, 50 million. This is what they are requesting for. If they have this, they will be able to do their operation. An open scholarship for university. 88 million was given. But that is very small. Because if you look at, there are poor farmers or poor person who definitely want their kids to go to university, but they cannot afford to go. If this thing is adjusted, those poor families, which you know that they have the requirement, they can go and further their education. And not only that, Honorable Speaker, they are saying that they wanted to create a skill center for the first time in CRR North. I think everybody should support that. All the regions have CRR, all the regions have skill centers, except CRR North. I think you should all support that, so that we have skill center for CRR North. The saving that FPAC is calling, those savings will go there. Honorable Speaker, health. There are serious issues in health. Various speakers, we must repeat each other. We know what we are from. You know, when we say program-based budgeting, I think it's only education that is doing that. Apart from that, none of the sectors are doing program-based budgeting. No, because you must look at what is the problems of the people. By looking at our health sector, that one also, if you look at our area, CRR North, there is no major hospital. Not. And we have our challenges. These are some of the things the technocrats should sit down and think, at least this year, let us create at least a major hospital in CRR North, so that the crossing will be the theme of pass. You see what people are suffering at Bustown crossing point. You all have seen it. You all have seen that. I don't know what's the Gambia Ports Authority. I don't know what are they doing to fix those problems. Honorable Speaker, agriculture, we all know that if you see we are talking, it's because of food. But as I said earlier on, somebody have to teach you how to do that. We must support agriculture. We must support them. But we have to monitor them. We have to monitor them. We have been given millions, and still now we are crying for food. What is wrong? And they are calling themselves as they have a lot of experts there, graduates. We want to see difference now. If you are going to give them with strong warning, they must do what is expected of them. Because without food, we cannot move. And more so, I always say this, and I will continue to say, livestock, agriculture, crops, and livestock. Crops take the lion's share and leave livestock. Most of the animals, if you look at the disease control aspect, agriculture is not pumping a lot of money in livestock. They are only concentrating on crops, and that crops will not benefit us. Simply because they have to change their attitude. So therefore, let's not put all our eggs in one basket. Let's look at the livestock sector also and empower our people. Honorable Speaker, We all know that we have our people outside, but we know that we don't have resources. Let us cut our coat according to our size. Let us move these embassies. When we come for this committee of supply, let us move them. When there is resources, we look for them. When there is no resources, is that. Because you cannot cater for something that you don't have it. You all as stated it here. The deficit is 4 billion. So let's look at things that is going to have impact on our people. Honorable Speaker, the President's visit, meet the farmers store. We know that it's a constitutional mandate. We know that. But last year it was 6 million. Why increasing it to 10 million? Let's reduce it to 6 million and leave it there. 10 million is at very high. And also the advisors. Various speakers have stated here. The best advisors are the ministers. The best advisors. If you want to take me as an advisor in health, I don't know anything about health. I'll just put you in a hole. Because I don't know. Before you call somebody as your advisor, he or she must know that area very well. So why increasing that? That one also, let us reduce it. The way it is, we leave it like that. Because we cannot reduce. Those who are there already, they are there. If you reduce them, you disturb them. Because that's why they are getting they are feeding from it. Yes. Okay, Honorable Speaker, I'm also happy that when I look at the budget for the first time, and I saw National Disaster Management Agency, they have allocated some amount to them, which is very, very important. But it should not be political. It should be there for everybody. So that they can, because if it is at central service, before they access to it, it takes time. So, but if there is something for them, when there is disaster, they can easily quick up and solve that problem. And the Ministry of Communication and Digital Economy, Honorable Speaker, the FPAC have highlighted it there. That one also, if you look at their manpower budget, there is a problem there. There is already a problem because 10 positions is left out. So, and they are in the system. So, Ministry of Finance, please try and revisit that so that it will be corrected. Because they are already in the system. As highlighted stated by the committee, I think they should be considered. And Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Same. I now invite the Honorable Member for Fonyi Kansala. 47.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I thank the diligent effort that is done by the clerks. Within a couple of, I can even say 24 hours, they're able to put something. This was why yesterday we couldn't hold. And again also, I thank the chair and all members of FPAC committee for the foresight and digging parts and parcel of the budget to make us informed. If it is not 100%, they did a great job. Honorable Speaker, I also thank the Minister for according the constitutional mandate of this budget. And we believe that it is time for us to see a befitting budget for the nation. A budget that will reflect the life and the livelihood of our Gambian people. In key sectors that is being highlighted by the Minister itself, if I may be permitted to quote. This end, the draft estimate is anchored on revenue commitment to strengthen domestic mobilization to support provisions of quality essential in agriculture, education, health, and infrastructure, to promote more inclusive, resilient growth. We believe it is high time in those sectors. And as I may put it, one part of those sectors is crucial, that is the education sector. I know we will all see priorities in as much as the cost that we've been making or FPAC recommendation, and also in our committee of supplies to make just to this budget. It's not only a paper that will be holding, or we will now be distributing resources, but let's distribute those resources diligently to the deserving institutions. One of those is the education sector. I believe in the education sector, there are a lot of things that could also change the narrative in terms of basic and secondary education. That is when you talk of the area of maintenance of building for basic and secondary education. A lot. Not only the Nyomis, as my honorable member of Nyomi complaining. A lot of schools are there not completed, yes. So I believe the General House should revisit those votes to see where we could adjust and rebuild and rebrand those classrooms to see that our young boys and girls will fit in those learning environment. Conducive learning environment counts and is a constitutional right for that child, my child, your child, to be in that particular form. And again also, I am also worried, and I believe the Minister of Finance could take note of this. Subvention institutions along the line of both higher institutions, like of MDI, UTG, GTTA, and other sectors that are part and parcel. We believe that you make subvention based on monies that are gained, but also the late subvention affects the progression of those institutions. Bringing budget lines, initiating plans and programs for those institutions without monies in is just like, painting a building without enough furnished chairs or housing. At the end of the day, it will not last long. So I believe the ministry could do better in this and improve. And again, all sectors within the basic and secondary education, like the lack of amanat, sometimes they do complain about subventions of salaries and their earnings. These are all key areas that we think subvented institutions could also pay dividend in it. And the other key area, I believe, we could say that you are trained to be a doctor, you are trained to be a lawyer, you are trained to be an engineer, you are trained to teach. But with all those training, if security is not in your footstep, you won't be able to perform those things. And I believe it's high time now we change the narrative and anchor. If it is not a liberal percentage, but at least a better percentage in terms of security. You will be very sorry. From the belt of the combos here, Banjul and down to the Fonyis, no police station have a befitting vehicle for them to do their operations. Take it from the Nyomis down to the Farafenyas. It's the same problem. You move from the Somas down to the Basen. These are problems that we are facing. We are now saying the men and women in uniform, let them stand firm to defend this country. How can you defend a country when you are armless? How can you defend a country? Even clothes, uniform that you wear is a problem. How can you defend your country? Even mobility, for you to do your key function is a problem. So it's not going to be easy. So I believe it is high time we look at vividly. We can do priority budgeting, where institutions that need most. I don't say there are others that don't need, but there are sectors that we think we will be able to change the narrative now, and we think it's better for us to engage. Look at the police. You go to the provincial Gambia. Sometimes they will say that we think we are here under punishment. Because one, the materials are not there. Two, the uniform issues, logistics. So these are needs. These are essential needs for that particular force. And in the interior budget, in food and food services, I know we are all honorable members here. If today we are not paid to earn our living, better served in terms of food, I don't think we'll be here in this assembly. And I know the like of my fuller men are looking as if because of food. So we believe that food and food service is essential to both the interior policing and also the military. If those services are not in line, our men and women in uniform, they will not perform up to expectation. And this is one key area that soldier, that police officer, that immigration serviceman, that fire and rescue sergeant, that paramilitary stands firm to defend the territorial integrity of the country. So I believe, let's look at vividly. If we are, let's add into food and food services. So I believe that honorable members, let's consider this and see key aspects. And again, you look at the interior, the PIU. Recruitment is in process. But you realize the last visit we visited, about 800 and something recruits, 400 and something buy their own uniform. Sorry, they buy their own shoes. They buy their own, belts. A lot of issues that are lacking. So they need a budget line. They need to make sure they improve the status quo of those happenings. Arm and ammunition, I may not go into details, but it's needed. So these are all issues that I think the general well-being of service, men and women in uniform, will be proactive, in doing the diligent effort. The other thing that I also want to put this to the servicemen, both the military and the police and all institutions. That is drug dressings and medical supply. We've been informed that whenever they go to the general hospitals, they are asked to pay. And as per before, they will not to pay. But what they have, the supplies, to make sure they do their healthcare aspects is minimal. So I think let's consider this. Either the Minister of Health consider to put it to all hospitals around, that men and women in uniform, whenever they come to those hospitals, they need to be treated as they should, so as to avoid those confusions, in which their family members are sometimes embarrassed that when you go to those, they say, no, those services are no more there, and they've not been informed. So I think let the uniform men be considered in this. The other key area that I also want to dilate on is the area of agriculture. I believe agro-processing is key. Production-based, if we want a resilient economic, we have to venture into agriculture. Changing narrative agriculture. A hunger that we think we will be able to change that country is through agriculture, without which it is just going to be the storytelling. You can be a doctorate in agricultural field area, but if you are not exercising those doctorates, it becomes zero. The Jahali Pacha, the lands within those areas, we cannot generate anything. Where are the mechanization, material that we use in farming? So these are sectors that I think we should. Our mangoes, our oranges, let's try to come up with a factory that will change the narrative of all those drinks that are coming outside. If we have them, it will change and bring productive agriculture. Unemployment rate also. So I believe let's look at institutions that are product-based. They will bring us something. Let's empower them. Let's put more resources. At the end of the day, we'll get the end results. But if you are spending and spending into institutions, at the end of the day, there's no proper checks and balances and no end results. It becomes a minimal game. And the other issue also in terms of traffic control, let's invest into traffic, and we can gain a lot of revenue in traffic. We put proper traffic equipment and traffic tools, you know, it comes back to us. Violation of traffic, even you kill a person, it's about $1,000. Can we revisit those charges within the traffic levies? These are all areas that we can. But all the circumambulations around, we have to talk about how do we gain our taxation? How do we make it vibrant? How do we constitute to make sure that tax that we are collecting is in the right footing? We will not be able to and say we will condemn or kill the spirit of leakages within taxation. But we have to work on doing digitalization. We have to digitalize our tax collection. The policing, digitalizing. Revenue collection, digitalizing. Even market vendors, we digitalize them. So if those things are not in place, we will still be running upside down. It will still be a problem. So I believe the Minister of Finance, in collaboration with GRA, should put mechanisms in place to make sure revenue areas. Talking of the alcaloships within villages and towns or countries, you see a lot of areas, households that have not even paid tax for years. Do we have a proper market system? Now we have Minister of Digital Economy. I've seen in his budget line, there are some versions where they work on digitalization. I think it is prudent. And I think if we empower them, they'll make differences. So these are all key areas that I think let's look at it and we can make a progression in this. The other key area also about Minister of Local Government and Lands, it's high time. There are some cuts that are done in that area. Spending in neutralizing a timing bomb that is about to erupt, I think it needs billions to make sure it is executed. Borderline is very crucial. We need to pump millions to make sure we rescue that borderline. We need to pay to pump billions to rescue that borderline. Even it needs a system. It is high time we consolidate that monies to see how best from the territorial end to the last to see that our border is resolved. Or else it will be, the same echoing. So, Minister of Local Governments and Lands, let's look at it critically. We start somewhere. Let's start something. We have to put something in place. Let's inform the minister. Let's make sure we critique the budget, cut and paste, use key areas to make sure something is in place for a startup. But as we speak, you hear they've said, okay, Minister of Lands, regional government, Senegal or Gambia, they're working X, Y, Z. If funds are not available, they cannot kickstart. Let's initiate from us. As the GLF of, Minister of Works, Infrastructure of Land, how to call it, roads, are now being part within us here. So it's also the same thing. So I am asking members, let's look at this critically. It is something that is coming. It is something that we think we need diligence in it. And in the other aspects, honorable members, honorable speaker, we are here for a purpose. And this budget is here for us, for Gambians, and the betterment of Gambia. Whatever we critique it doesn't mean we are trying to pinpoint others, but we are trying to see how do we fine-tune. Tomorrow we could realize something. A budget is an estimate. In that estimate, we need key areas that we need to prioritize. I've heard others criticizing National Assembly about salary increment of ministers or even agencies. If in our ways, we want everybody to be increased salary. We want everybody to benefit as per the downside of our economic. So in so doing, we believe that the assembly that we are at today, it has been prepared by, the fifth legislative. They did something. That's why today we are here. Both the presidency the ministers, whatever position you are here, somebody was there and you are also here. So, in so regard, whatever we are to do, we have to do it in comparison and our key functions and mandate. Corruption is rampant. If a National Assembly member is corrupted, it means the country has gone to fire because of what the pay that he earns. So we have to be just here. It is incumbent for everybody, and I will say this, and I will continue to say this. Either you are paid low salary or you are paid high salary. If you are to perform your ritual belief as a Muslim, you won't. And I'm asking all honorable members to keep tight and help bail our sisters who are not married. Let's continue to marry them. So far we are 4 in number. It doesn't matter, minister, they will talk. The MPs will talk. People will talk. Go and help. Avoid being individual who will follow concubines or girlfriends or boyfriends. But marry, do it. And you continue to do it. So here I am putting this, it's not about salary. It's not about salary, it's about the welfare. Every member needs that welfare. If that welfare is not there, from the speaker down to the last person, we are all members of this national assembly. We know what we are facing in our constituencies. We know the development trajectory that is in our head. We know, issues that are burning in our side. But that doesn't matter. To end my beginning, I will continue to advocate and stand firm. If, for example, a president becomes a dictator for development, I will shake hands with that dictator. A president becomes a dictator to make sure he removes from people bondage, I will serve and support that particular president. And today that dictator had built this National Assembly where other members who are criticizing are sitting in this assembly. I end my quote. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Fonyi Kansala. I now invite the Honorable Member for Bikama South. 1605. Bikama South?
Yes, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I really want to thank the able clerks who made this day possible for staying here the whole night to make sure that the reports are compiled. And by extension, I want to thank the entire committees, both standing and select committees, particularly the FPAC, who also took their time to come out with this report, which we really appreciate. The work before us is a difficult task, but notwithstanding, I think it's also very important for us to look at it critically and contribute to the budget that represent the life and the livelihood of this country. Honorable Speaker, I want to make some inquiry with regards to the estimate before us here, particularly about the realistic nature of this particular budget. Because I've been seeing the last 3 years, some ministries would be allocated and approved budget will be given to them. But interestingly, what has been disbursed to them for implementation is far below what has been approved, and this has been a problem. And more especially, when you look at the budget critically, the budget is in segment. The area that is coming as revenue, the revenue component, the tax and the non-tax revenue, that's the tax revenue that is 13.9 billion, and the non-tax is 2.9. Cumulatively is 16.8, which I believe is something that is attainable. But if you come to the project and programs, 11.8 and 2.6 as project grant and program grant respectively. And this has been a problem in terms of attainment of this particular area. So if you look at it altogether, you have 31 billion. But my problem here is this really realistic? Because it has been, we have been facing with this particular component of our budget coming in. And even the tax revenue we talked about in the 2022 fiscal year, the tax revenue shortfall over 1.5 billion as a result of bailing out certain areas of the economy, particularly the fuel shortage, the fuel levy. And that's still, we are still facing with those things. How are we, very much sure that in 2023 fiscal year, whether these things will not come in? So the focus, the 31 billion that the ministry focused from January to 31st December, and this is where a ceiling is drawn. So ministries work within these budgets to prepare their plan. But if, may God forbid, if they are not realistic, it's really going to affect. And why are we going to keep on, making a focus that might not be realistic and really affect our trend of development? These are problems that I really want the minister to assure us that this focus is in line and is going to be realistic. So going from there, I just want to concentrate on few areas, particularly the agricultural subsector. Honorable Speaker, in the statement of the minister, where you laid emphasis on page 4, if I can read, on the sector-specific growth outlook, agriculture is expected to continue on the growth path, reaching 6.6%, primarily coming from crop production, fishing, and aquaculture. I think this is a misplaced statement. Fishing and aquaculture is coming from a specific ministry, Ministry of Fisheries. So the contribution here, the last 3 years, if you study agriculture, particularly, in fact, livestock has been contributing a lot into our revenue that we are generating. If you go to page 39 of the budget, you look at what agriculture is producing. In 2022, agriculture produced over 2,007,000. So this year we are anticipated to have 2,142,000. But if you look at it, out of this, 2022 is like 1,365,000 that the livestock is contributing as a detailed revenue collecting from agricultural subsector. But coming to 2023, the livestock subsector is expected to generate 1,500,000. So if you look at that one, it's not even counted in the minister's statement as the driving force in the agricultural subsector. But if you look at the allocation, Honorable Speaker, there is a serious deduction of 103 million as compared to the 2022. And if you look at the percentage, it's less than 2% of the local fund. And again, it's the same country that agreed from Mabudu Declaration to Malabo Declaration. 10% of our local funds should go to agriculture. I think it's time for us to be very much serious in our approach. Yes, a lot of sectors have been counted here, particularly in the area of education is important, area of health is important. But all these sectors are anchored on agriculture. You don't expect a hungry child to effectively learn at school. You will not be academically inclined if you are hungry. And if you have nutritious food, it also prevents certain diseases, malnutrition and others. So agri is very key. We cannot shy away from agriculture. I think, Honorable Minister, we need a national consultation. How are we going to position agriculture if the sector can be revamped? Yes, you will complain that there are a lot of projects they attract, But look at the CPCU, the Central Project Coordinating Unit, that is looking at this project. Let the project come inside the ministry. The design should be done by them, whereby the operational cost, as per the target beneficiary, we have to look at it. The target beneficiary should receive more than the operational cost. These are major problems. And how long? And in fact, these things, they come in a form of loan and grants. These loans are paid by ordinary Gambians. It should not be a stand-alone outside from the ministry. These are major problems that we need to relook at. And for us to grow as a country, we have to be very much serious. Currently, if you look at the global news, Pakistan is almost submerged. And tentatively, they've put on an embargo on the exportation. India is also on the same trend. So which means there is going to be limited rice in the global market. Can we sustain buying that one? How much do we contribute in buying the food items that comes into this country? When from Khartoum to Koina, 11,295 square kilometers is flat, divided by the river on both sides. From CRR up to URR is all fresh water. You have to look at the population and the number of hectares that are in the country. How much can we generate? Because rice is our staple food. These are issues that we have to look at it critically. If we look at that one, we'll be able to produce the rice. And also from there, we have to look at the policy directions. Let's invest into these areas and make sure that we put embargo on importation of these items in the country. It's everybody's business. We cannot say we have the ministry, it's the ministry's business. Everybody in this country, so long you are a citizen and even a resident, matters when you come to agriculture. So that's why the trajectory has to change. And that has to be seen from the president to the last man. We have to be very much serious in our approach to agriculture. We have a lot of gap that need to be bridged. Previously, there is a decline. You talk about that. In the president's statement, he said over 6 hectares of land has been grown with rice in the country. But how much is left? Do you compare it to the amount of arable land, which is 368,000 hectares of arable land? Line follows in this country. People are tired of tilling the soil. At the end of the day, you don't have market because the produce are not linked to the market. Even these vegetables you grow, you have vegetable garden all over. But once you harvest them, go to the market, from dawn to dusk, you don't have anybody to buy them. And these are perishable commodities. We cannot add value to them. There is no storage for them, no processing for them. As a country, are we serious? And if agri is not relooked at, and we have a patent, we will not go anywhere. This is a problem. And I think we have to start looking in that dimension. Let's have a national dialogue on agriculture. How do we revamp the system? Look at agriculture. 282 million is given to agriculture. And you want an output that will impact positively on the life and livelihood of the Gambia. It's not possible. We are killing agriculture. And yet we want to blame the ministry. The ministry is on a system. I think we have to look at that lens, to look at the agriculture, and be very much serious in our approach, so that we can feed this nation. Because the issue of buying rice outside is not sustainable. It's not sustainable. When you have areas where the topography you cannot even understand, but they are producing to feed their nations. So it's better for us to invest in this particular area. If that is done, the Gambia will be on a firm footing and will get to the promised land. Away from that, I also have some issues in connection to the issue of the state-owned enterprise. This year, we are expecting 360 million as dividend coming from the state-owned enterprises. And this is primarily, Central Bank is going to contribute 250 million, GPA 100 million, and GNPC 10 million. But we have to look at it. Out of the commercial state-owned enterprises, only these three are paying dividend. And again, government spent a lot. And this was the issue of the structural adjustment policy. And the state-owned enterprises are established by an act of parliament for three major core functions that they need to perform, especially in the area of their respective functions that they need to. The issue of recruitment in terms of employment in terms of recruitment. Then we talk about payment of dividend, which are not coming. So, and thank God the Ministry of Finance has this directorate that is looking at the state-owned enterprises, particularly the governance aspect of it, which is very, very key. But thank God we are happy now. We have the bill in-house is going to be led in this particular session, first and second reading. And I know if we have the commission, that will also help a lot. And together with the performance contract that is going to be signed, and in fact, we've been engaging with the directorate that before the end of this year, NAWEC already have the contract, but there are 4 PEs that they want to contract before the end of this year. So 2023, they are moving gradually. And I think that will be able to position the state-owned enterprises on a firm footing. If any of them that is not viable, we think of privatization, because they cannot continue being a body on the government, using taxpayers' money, putting on them, and they are not impacting positively. So together, if we have the bill also, we're thinking of the dividend policy should also come, so that we also, the government has to be a check on them. What are we going to be generating? This is very, very important. As we understand, Gambia is a tax-based economy. We have to look at these areas too. How do we generate the money? And how do we invest into the productive sector? Definitely, we also have some recommendations that are captured by FPAC. And when this thing also comes, we'll also look at it, how do we fine-tune it? From there, Honorable Speaker, I would like to look at this, the issue of the foreign service too. They are also very important. And it's time for us to concentrate on physical discipline. Yes, we have to look at the foreign service, how much is there. We are very much ambitious. And that is why from the very beginning I was very much worried about the focus that is distributed to all the ministries. The ceilings are set, whether we'll be able to attain that revenue. But yet, we still want to go in for $4 billion here as a deficit. That is primarily going to be financed through domestic borrowing and foreign borrowing. You know, so we have to look at this. Before we go in for this borrowing, let us really look at the issue of our foreign services, especially the creation of these 3 embassies we're talking about. Yes, they are good if they are going to impact, but currently we need a lot of sacrifice, at least to have a budget within that can sustain us up to a certain level. Let's grow. If we grow, I think there is nothing wrong to go for a further investment, because having embassies is a sort of investment, which is very critical. And finally, because I don't want to talk much, I want to look at the issue of I want to look at the issue of the advisors. Currently, we have 21 ministers in the country, and each of these ministers are policy advisors to the president. They are very key, and I don't think there will be any other advisor that could be more crucial than the ministers of their respective ministries. So if you want to bring in every Dr. Manhari as an advisor, it's really unfortunate. But we have the ministers here, and the president has the knife. He has the prerogative. If any minister is not performing, he gives you an exit door. That is very important. And I think ministers are doing their job. Why do you want to Why do we want to create another problem, bring in all type of advisors whom you don't even understand their role? Let's look at this one critically. I believe ministers are more important. For me, in fact, I'm looking at another dimension where we need a kind of protection of them, but I think the ministers are very important in terms of advising. So the issue of these advisors, since we are trying to go in for a total sacrifice to make sure that we grow from this economic situation, let's shelve this right now and look at and concentrate on the ministers we have. Ministers have been increased now, and each of them have a sector. And this sector, each sector has its own blueprint that comprises of the National Development Plan. So therefore, I believe that one alone is enough. And thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I want to stop here and allow others to come in different areas. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Brikama South. You want to give others a chance. I don't think any other person wants to contribute now. Everybody wants to go for food. Honorable members, I think what we will do now is almost 16:24:25. We will give ourselves about 5:15. That is about 50 minutes from now or 55 minutes from now. So you will have lunch, you will pray, and then we will begin at 5:15. Is that okay? Yeah, then the assembly now stands suspended until 17:15.